region.
One for the money, two for the show. Get on the bus. Let's go.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Bring it in, bring it in.
All right, let's bring it in.
Everybody out.
On your feet. Let's go.
Lakeshore correspondents covering every stadium, on every field, for every game.
Play the game.
Control the outcome.
Also, interviews and insight from Northwest Indiana sports writers and broadcasters.
Move forward, starting right now.
You better start right now.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
This is a team.
As a team, we start becoming a team right now.
And now, the Lakeshore broadcast team.
Let's go.
Let's go right now.
Let's go right now.
All right, let's show them what we got, guys.
The state tournament marches on as we have reached the sectional semifinals here in Northwest Indiana. And of course, we're nearing Halloween, my favorite time of year. Will the region teams receive tricks or will they receive treats? We will find out tonight because this is Game Night. My name is Ben Kolzinski, bringing you all of tonight's action. Andrew Johnson is here manning the switches. Steve Schmidt will join us shortly with scoreboard updates. And of course, the man himself, Coach Wayne Svetnoff. Wayne, have you picked out your Halloween costume yet?
Oh yeah, I like the ones that are tricky and
you're
spooky
a fancy type for Halloween,
yeah.
just like me. So I'm very excited, but we're absolutely excited for the football action tonight.
Yeah, we really are. It is a beautiful night out, just gorgeous for football.
You can't beat it.
You can't.
Another
When's
week.
the last time that we've had this type of weather throughout the season?
Right.
There hasn't been a rain out, I don't think.
There has not this
all
season
long.
And there's been seasons where we've had 2 or 3 rainouts.
Oh yeah,
where we're a little high and dry here on this radio show and for the television show later on. So we've been very blessed. Mother Nature has been taking care of us this year, and it's going to be about 60 degrees at kickoff. That's incredible.
That really is, and that bodes well for good games. Teams that like to pass will be able to do so because it's not very windy out there whatsoever.
Right, pretty still.
But then if you want to run the football, what better type of atmosphere can you have on a nice day, like a 60-degree day?
Footing should be good.
Yep.
Nobody's going to be slipping and sliding in that mud. The ball will not be slippery. This is a perfect night for football. I was mentioning to you earlier that this is actually still a little bit warm for my liking.
Yes.
I'm a warm-blooded individual. I like it cooler, but you can't ask for anything more for this time of year for football.
And the kids are ready. I'm sure that they understand this. You win tonight, you move on to the sectional championships, and that's a big motivation for playing tonight.
I mean, you got to win to advance, and losing, you go home. Not to say that there's some good teams that are potentially going to be going home today, and we'll discuss that in a little bit. But the goal right now is to get through that sectional, get a trophy, get a nice patch for your letter jacket, and then have an opportunity to play for a regional championship and continue on downstate.
That's right, and right now I think that a lot of teams, health-wise, are much better.
Sure.
I know the 6A and 5A didn't play last week, so they had some time to, recover a little bit. So they're going to be better. And we've got some very good games to keep up us tonight.
Speaking of the Class 6A, let's start off with some of the big boys here. We've got Crown Point and Portage.
The Bulldogs just have been amazing. They have surprised all of us all season long. J.J. Johnson, your number one player in the area.
Guy.
Yep. I'll have to reserve my until maybe next week or whatever. But anyway, J.J. is outstanding. And the Bulldogs have just been rolling through people. And this is an opportunity for Portage to come in, play well against Crown Point, and get them into a fourth quarter where they only are maybe down a touchdown or something like that. That's the hope of many coaches, that if you're going against a Maryville and a Crown Point and stuff, or a Hanover Central, they get into that fourth quarter with them, and maybe the trick and treat shows up at that time.
You never know what can happen, and this is when you're in a one-and-done situation. Some crazy things happen, and for Portage to be able to potentially keep it close, that's going to be a tall order for them. They're a bit of an underdog here, but if they do have that opportunity, win or loss, Portage, if they play well, they'll be riding some momentum into the offseason, showing that, hey, we hung with Crown Point there. We'll see how that goes going forward.
And, right now, the Portage coaches are trying to totally tell their kids, we can do this, we can play with them, stay with them. And Crown Point is saying, don't overlook Portage.
Right.
There's a dual conference team. They have potential to actually score.
Right.
Our defense has to step up tonight. Crown Point doesn't want any major injuries right now.
No, of course not.
And they can't be looking ahead to next week, where the winner of the Lake Central Lafayette Jeff game will be the person that they play.
Yeah, and in fairness, Crown Point has a lot of lofty expectations, and Porter's got nothing to lose, so they're going to be motivated for that. And you had just mentioned they feed into the Lake Central versus Lafayette Jeff game. This game is at Lafayette Jeff, so we don't have a radio correspondent there. Lafayette Jeff's a pretty strong program, but Lake Central's coming on late here in the season.
Yeah, Lake Central's playing much better right now, and this is a situation. Lafayette Jeff has a tremendous program. I think they're 9-2 on the season right now, and they are really good offensively. They love to throw the football. They've had some really powerful quarterbacks, but I think that right now at home, and having Lake Central take that long trip down there, I think they have a little bit of an advantage.
I would imagine. For those of you who listen week in and week out, this is something I harp on regularly. That long bus ride is a real thing. Your legs get tight. Me, if my legs aren't moving, I get sore, my knees get tight, and that was even back when I was an athlete, not just some old out of shape fat guy here. So my knees would get sore, and then you'd have to loosen up a little bit better. And it is a real thing to drive an hour and a half down to Lafayette Jeff, maybe more like an hour for them, but still it's a long drive. So be very interesting to see how that game goes. Lake Central would probably be the underdog here, but we know that they're a tough program. They'll have an opportunity.
So is that why we instill that seatbelt on your chair so that it keep you in there instead of walking around the studio?
Well, absolutely. That is a true thing. So for the listeners at home, when we have these nice marching band music early in our intros here, I'm bouncing up and down in my seat. I'm getting ready to go. I'm excited. I'm dancing here. So they got to keep me under control here. It has something to do with the caffeine intake and the coffee and all that stuff that I do. But no, it is a real thing. And I don't like to sit still. I just walk around, and that's how some of these athletes are too. They just want some action.
Is that how you were on the sideline when Valpo before the game and stuff, walking around?
It was. So I'm a nice enough guy, right? When I had that helmet on, I was a bit of a terror out there, and I had an opportunity to terrorize some opponents, for being a 3-year starter down there at Valpo, and giving me that little edge there. But it had to do with just the adrenaline going and that sort of thing. And who knows, some of these teams, you get that adrenaline going, you have an opportunity to put up a fight.
That's right.
So let's move on to Class 5A. We've got Munster heading to Maryville. Another game that on paper might be a little lopsided.
Especially after Munster lost last week, or the week before. Before. But Munster and Maryville. Maryville was upset by Chesterton.
Right.
Now they've had a whole week, to go over what they did wrong, to correct mistakes, get people healthy. And Maryville, we've talked about them. Justin Marshall, Colorado State, is an outstanding receiver and halfback for the Pirates. And then you've got, Jalen Thomas, the quarterback. Wow, he has improved over. Now, take out the Chesterton game, but he played pretty well there, actually.
Well, sure.
And, they're facing a Munster team that started the season off pretty well. They had a couple of nice wins. They changed their offense a little bit, struggled in the middle, and then now started to make a little bit of a turn here. Munster needs to get on the board first, get a defensive stop, get a score to prove that they can, stay with the Pirates.
Well, what happened 2 weeks ago with Maryville was a calamity of errors. There were some penalties thrown in there, some turnovers, some different things that just everything was going against the Maryville Pirates, one after the other after the other. They've had 2 weeks to try to correct those issues. I would imagine that Maryville's going to come out pretty motivated at this point to have a perfect start to the game here. Breaking here, we've got Steve Schmidt putting in a little bit of information for us. Lafayette Jeff and Lake Central underway from LC Athletics on Twitter. Jeff fumbles and Lake Central will take over on their own 36 to start the game. Dominic Rose on the recovery for the Indians. So a fortuitous start for Lake Central. We're breaking news here in our first 10 minutes of the show.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Go LC.
All right, so a good start for them. Hopefully that momentum continue.
Yeah.
So staying in Class 5A Sectional 9, there's Hammond Central versus Hammond Morton.
This is going to be a good one.
Sure.
I know Morton has struggled, but they have played a very, very competitive schedule. And, a lot of coaches say you play the tough teams so you get better at the end of the year.
Right.
We'll see if that's true tonight. Hammond Central can put points on the board. The Wood the brothers are really outstanding athletes.
Sure.
I believe, the older one, Justin Woods, is going to Colorado State also.
I think he just got an offer. I didn't know if he accepted it or not, but it just goes to show you how good of an athlete he really is.
And, Hammond can put points on the board. They've got a quick defense. This one, is at Morton. So hopefully Morton can bring a crowd, get into the game, and they do have a defense that can play with people in the area here.
Right.
So we'll see how this one goes. I kind of think this is going to be a closer game than most people think.
I think it could. It is a rivalry game, Hammond versus Hammond. Anytime you've got these familiar foes going against each other, it's definitely an opportunity for some fireworks. So we'll move on from Sectional 9 for 5A. We'll move on to 5A Sectional 10. We got Valparaiso at LaPorte.
Big rivalry for Valpo and LaPorte. LaPorte has come on at the end of the season. I know that at one time their quarterback was hurt. They do have a good running back, but Valpo is now starting to play Valpo football.
Right.
And I think that even though they're around 500, Valpo, they're a little over, actually. I think
they are,
4-3.
Yes.
But I think Valpo and Justin Clark, the quarterback, can play. I think that Valpo's defense probably will be the difference against LaPorte.
I tend to agree with you there. Valparaiso's pretty strong right now. An update again from Steve Schmidt, according to LC Athletics on Twitter. Lake Central Xavier Williams, 22-yard touchdown, 7-0 Lake Central early against Lafayette Jeff. Speaking of earlier, we had mentioned Munster versus Maryville. We've got Dr. Reed Amons on the field. Dr. Reed, how's it going out there?
Oh, it's as you guys mentioned, a beautiful night for football. You could not expect anything better for sectional play. Clear skies. It's going to be a little chillier than I think what you guys mentioned. You said 60 degrees at kickoff. My car says it's already 54 or only 54. So I don't think it's going to warm up anytime soon. But it should be a great night for football. But like you said, a good night where teams could maybe air it out a little bit. No wind, no rain. Could not have had a better season weather-wise for sure.
Dr. Reed, what is Maryville looking to do in this game?
I think they want to take control early. Coming off that Chesterton game, they want to right the ship, as you guys mentioned, and they want to take control. Don't give Munster an opportunity to hang around and maybe be in contention in the second half and into the fourth quarter. So they want to play a good, clean game. I think they have a good opportunity here the next couple of weeks here in their sectional to get things going in the right direction. And so I think Coach Cease is asking his boys to play smart, play hard, do things the right way, that they're just the way that they're coached, and make a statement here early in the tournament.
You know, I really think, Dr. Reed, that Maryville really needs to focus. When they lost to Chesterton, as we alluded to, there were a lot of things that went wrong. And I don't know if there were mental mistakes or what, but they didn't play Maryville football. So I'm pretty sure that Coach C's had a long discussion with his team, because they know they do have the potential. Heck, they were number one in 5A for a long time here, and obviously that was a wake-up call. Good teams, respond to that type of challenge.
Yeah, I like that, Wayne. And as a player, the only thing worse than playing that poorly against Chesterton is doing it right before you have a bye.
Yeah,
because that means your coach is going to have 2 weeks to correct your actions and your head. But as a coach, you love that, because now you get 2 weeks to drill into your team the importance of playing every play as hard as you can play, and play smart, and really put things together here. Especially now, as you guys mentioned, if you lose now, you're not losing a conference championship. You're out of the tournament.
Right.
And for those seniors, it could be your last opportunity. You never know when your last game is going to be. And now you're into the tournament. If you lose, you're done. And so that's a really good attention grabber for the Pirates, a couple weeks ago against Chesterton. And, give Chesterton credit. They played awfully hard and awfully well, and really rode the momentum that, Maryville gave them the opportunity to stick around and capitalize on some mistakes. And it went downhill really quickly for the Pirates a couple weeks ago. But, Coach Cease does a terrific job. He does a very nice job of getting the attention of his players. They really respect him and the things that he's done over the last couple of years. Maryville's riding 3 consecutive years of being in the semi-state, so they haven't quite cleared that hurdle to get down to the state championship game in Indianapolis, but certainly they put themselves in contention. And every player on this team for Maryville has won a sectional championship every year, has won a regional championship every year, and they've played in the semi-state every year. So that's what they're used to, and I don't think that Coach Cease is going to let them forget that.
Doc, Maryville, what would you say? You were at the Maryville-Chesterton game, and did you feel that it was the offense or the defense that were not really up to par in that game?
Wayne, it just really built on each other. There would be maybe a holding penalty or an offsides or a pass interference penalty or something like that, either offensively or defensively, and then it would just kind of snowball. And so really, we talk about how success is kind of as a momentum builder, and as you are successful, it builds more success. The same thing with failure in high school sports. It is hard to get out of that momentum, whether it's good momentum or bad momentum. And that's where the Pirates found themselves a couple weeks ago when the wheels started to fall off. They fell off pretty quickly, and it was a team effort. You win as a team and lose as a team. I've heard Coach Cease talk about that with his Maryville teams. Over the years, it's not one division's fault or takes more blame or lion's share of the praise when things go well. It's a collective effort. And, if the defense is playing really, really well, it really helps the offense. And when the offense is playing really well, it certainly helps the defense. And special teams can helps them both. So I think the Pirates are going to have a really good test tonight with Munster. They had some success early. As you mentioned, they maybe the last couple of weeks, what I noticed with the Mustangs is that they've really struggled to score here the last couple of weeks. I want to say they've been shut out twice in the last 4 weeks. But I'm really looking forward to watching this quarterback, Angelo Preboy. He's supposed to be really good both offensively and defensively. I think also leads the team in tackles. You don't often see what I would almost consider an undersized, 5'10", 156-pound quarterback also playing linebacker, and in 5A and 6A you just don't see that very often. So I'm excited to see him play, and some of these skill guys that they have. So should be a very good matchup tonight. Looking to see if maybe Munster can show a little life here, and put Maryville back into the corner, and we want to see if Maryville can right the ship and forget about what happened 2 weeks ago with Chesterton.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Reed. Looking forward to hearing more from you as the day goes on.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you soon.
Yes, sir. That was Dr. Reed Amons with update from Munster and Maryville. We have an update here from West Lafayette Lafayette Jefferson High School. On the very first play from scrimmage, Lafayette Jeff fumbled on the very first play. That was recovered by Lake Central, and quarterback Kwiatkowski had a 28-yard touchdown pass. It is 14-0 Lake Central to start this game. So a very exciting start for Lake Central against Lafayette Jeff. That's about as good as you can ask for. Speaking about as good as you could ask for, we have a correspondent who is as good as we can ask for. We've got Jason Hill with an update on the field of New Prairie and Lowell. Jason, what's going on out there?
Good evening, guys. Making this trip down to South County.
It's the Lowell Red Devils in the Inferno is a great place to watch a football game. What do you got for us down there?
Great game. Looking forward to getting started here. Looking to see if Riley Bank and Owen Field can keep this Lowell season going here. 2 tough games here to close out the season. They take down mighty Drake Bowen and the 59ers and get a good win last week to extend their season here. And, it's that time of year, you're week by week. And they have a very good team in New Prairie coming in. So we'll see if Riley Bank can keep this show going against a pretty good New Prairie team. Coming in here is a very dynamic running back. 18 touchdowns on the year, 100 yards, 130 a game, I think was his average, if I remember right. Noah Mundry is his name.
Yeah, Noah Mungia. He's excellent, yes.
Yes. Just looking up some of the stats and doing my little bit of research today on New Prairie, this is a tough football team coming in. They played earlier in the year. New Prairie got the best of that one. Week 2 that was. So a lot of improvements, a lot of changes in personnel, a lot of different things are in play now. So we'll see how this pans out here down in the Inferno.
I think that this, Jason, is going to be a good game because both teams want to run the ball. First of all, the clock is going to be running all through this game because, all you're going to do is run. I'm not sure that New Prairie does much passing. I know Riley Bank has started to throw a little bit when needed now, but certainly you've got 2 teams that want to play smash mouth football, and I really think that at home the Devils are at another level sometimes. This is going to be a good one.
For sure. Home field here, it's a long drive out to New Prairie, so having the game here in Lowell is definitely going to be an advantage. And yeah, Coach, like you said, both teams wanting to run this ball. It's a beautiful night, and we'll see. Lowell looked a little bit different now that they have Owen Field back in there and doing his thing again. So he gives Riley Bank a little bit of help, but like you said as well, this is a tough football team coming in here, ready to play, with their eyes on Indianapolis. So we'll see how this one goes. Definitely a great night for some football here.
Yeah, you can't beat the weather there, Jason. One thing that I noticed, I am pretty familiar with the New Prairie football squad, and they're very tough. This is a team that it would not shock anyone if they won the state title in 4A. With that in mind, I think that Lowell has the opportunity to derail this team and has the opportunity to really make some noise, and this will be a good one for sure.
I guess if that low defense can hold up here, we'll see if they can keep this lower scoring and eat up that clock. We might have a situation who's got the ball at the end of the game and might have to rely on your kicker maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. So, all right, Jason, thank you much. We're looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Alrighty, guys, we'll be in touch.
Alrighty, that was Jason Hill with an update and on the field of New Prairie versus Lowell. We're going to go from Jason Hill to Gary Graben on the field with Hobart versus Highland. Gary, what's going on out there?
One of the things when you go to a game that Hobart's involved in is there's going to be a lot of people. And I got here early, a little before 6 o'clock, and the gentleman who parked next to me in Hobart gear wanted to chat a little bit, so we were talking, and he revealed to me that over the last 56 years, he has only missed 3 Hobart games.
Oh, wow.
His name is Rich Avancic. His son played at Hobart in the mid-'80s. And then he told me the reasons why he missed those 3 games. 2 of them were for rehearsal dinners for his 2 children getting married.
Okay.
And 1 was to go see the Righteous Brothers in concert.
All reasonable circumstances, in my opinion.
So shout out to Rich. He's a great guy. And obviously those kind of fans, you know, in any sport, but it's just so great when you see somebody. He likes to drive out at noon to set his blanket in the bleachers, go home, and then come back.
Oh, really?
Wow.
So he is quite the fan. I think he was a little disappointed because they didn't have the gates open here at Highland at noon today. So he had to go in now and set his blanket up. But anyway, one of the great stories we know in Hobart, there are some incredible fans.
Oh, sure.
And he is certainly one of them. You know, we got an interesting game here. Obviously, Hobart is a heavy favorite here. We have seen that Noah Ehrlich and Trey Gibson are asserting themselves more and more, and we've talked about that all year, that Hobart has sort of been a little under the radar, even though they only have 3 losses. And if you look at their 3 losses, they're to Merrillville, Chesterton, and then the goal line stand where they lost to Andran. So this team has had a very good season, just a little bit lost in the wash, I think, after all the hype last year with Noah Ehrlich as a freshman quarterback. But this is one of those games for Hobart where they're going to try to take control early, just as Dr. Amons had indicated in his game. Going to try to take control early, maybe put some things on tape to give a little confusion. Again, they're going to play the New Prairie Lowell winner next week, and that game would be at Hobart if Hobart prevails tonight. So again, from their side of the perspective, maybe some things to confuse and try to get out of this game without any injuries. On the Highland side, they've been playing better over the last few weeks. Again, have they closed the gap this much with Hobart? Probably not. But they're getting a lot of run out of their players here. Leo Luviano in particular. I saw him against Lowell. He was quite the workhorse that night. They have a lot of players who are starting to step up, and a number of their key players are juniors. And that's the best news for Highland here. As we've talked about, the importance here of going into the offseason with some positive vibes. And I think that's what Highland's going to be looking for tonight.
You know, Gary, I when you mentioned the fact that the 3 losses for Hobart were probably 3 of the toughest teams in the area, I noticed that early in the season when Hobart was maybe around 500, Coach Osika had an article in the paper, and he was saying, you know, people just need to be patient. We're 500, but we've played 3 outstanding teams. Well, now you can see that certainly bodes well for Hobart. They're playing better. Their stars are playing better. The offensive line is playing better. And I really think that, Hobart has some potential here.
Well, I do too. And, it's the same story we always talk about with Andran. They're not concerned about going 9-0 in the regular season. They're concerned about going 6-0 in the playoffs.
Right.
That's the goal here. And if it means a couple of losses against Duneland Conference ogres, then you take them and you learn from those experiences. And again, you have to respect coaches that schedule that way. You want to schedule, especially when your team has a chance to make it all the way to Indianapolis. You want to schedule in a way that's going to challenge your team and expose their weaknesses in September, not in October or November. And I think that's what Hobart does so well, Andran does so well, that it's willing to play anybody, any night, anywhere. And let's see what happens. Let's see how we stack up, and what do we have to improve upon before we get to the playoffs.
Gary, I'm a DAC guy. Did you just call me an ogre?
Indirectly, yes.
All right, the transitive property of insult.
I was hoping you wouldn't catch it. I was hoping that was just going to fly right past it, but...
Oftentimes things do fly past me, but when it's an ogre-related situation, it definitely sticks.
I'll come up with a bigger word next week.
There you go. That'll be much.
He
much
doesn't
easier.
look like Shrek.
No,
he doesn't look like.
No, a little bit, but so Gary, you've got an excellent game here tonight. We've spoken a lot about Hobart. Let's talk about Highland here a little bit. They're really starting to control the line of scrimmage with their offensive line. They can do some damage there.
You know, when I saw them against Lowell a few weeks ago, if you recall, they actually had Lowell on the ropes.
Right.
And then an interception deep in Lowell territory changed the momentum. And as we've talked about all year, Riley Bank does what Riley Bank does and becomes Superman. But the Highland team has definitely shown some improvement. And as we've talked about, there's some key players on this team that are juniors. So this isn't a bunch of guys who are just going to be good and be gone. You know, Jason Lawrence is a key player here. He's a junior running back. He's also a safety. Nick Johnson is another player who's really, really contributed a lot this year. I mentioned Luviano. He is a senior. But again, they have players coming back that have had success this year, made some plays, a line that has played better and better as the season goes on. Because again, the season started pretty roughly for Highland here, but again, they have the back half of the year. Things have settled down, and they are competing, and they're competing better in these games. And like I said, they're obviously an underdog tonight, and we know the recipe for underdogs is you need the other team to have turnovers of mistakes that are really going to help you. But again, Highland doesn't back down. These are tough kids here, so they'll be out there competing. It's just the fact that Hobart has more skilled players than they do.
All right, Gary, appreciate that update. How about you hang tight? We're going to go over some Little 5 and top 10 lists.
Brother. Oh, I wish my cell phone was dying right now.
All right, Wayne, let's start off with the Little 5. What do you got?
Well, we've got a little bit of shifts in the Little 5. River Forest comes in at number 5, 6-4, and they were defeated last week, and now they are out of the tournament, and so is Rensselaer, who is 5-5. Rensselaer plays a very good schedule. Griffith, now 5-5, nice win for them last week at number 3. Knox, 7-3, and you know, there were times in the season where Knox was a little bit struggling. They've got themselves righted. And then, you know, West Central, 9-1 in one of the best seasons in a long, long time for West Central.
Hard to argue with that one, Gary. What do you think?
Well, if I'm correct, River Forest was not in the Little 5 last week. Is that correct, Wayne?
No. I think they were like number 3 or 4.
Oh, were they? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, one of the things when you mentioned Knox, it's a little out of our area here, but that's the sectional that will play the winner out of the Hanover sectional. I think they have West Noble tonight, and those two teams are really good teams. So a very important game. I think it's at Knox tonight.
Yes, I think it is.
All right, let's take a look at the top 10. What do you got, Coach?
I've got number 10, West Side Cougars at 7-3. One of the best. Now they're out of the tournament also, but one of the best seasons the Cougars have had in the last couple years. And Calumet comes in at 9-1. The only loss is to Hanover Central. Calumet they started out like bulldozers. They kind of let up a little bit, and now they're finding themselves, you know, they need to put that mojo back in there. They've got a good quarterback in Andrew Markham. And, you know, they've got good running backs. They've got a great defense. They need to play Calumet football in the sectionals to go on. Number 8, I like Lowell. You know, and we've talked so much about them, but right now they're playing very well, 7-3. And that one, maybe a couple of weeks ago, they were almost 500 or just a little over. Valpo is 6-3 at number 7. North Judson, 8-1, and they are just really outstanding. Hobart, 7-3 is number 5. Andrean, 6-3 is number 4. Maryville, 7-2, and boy, that's a tough one for them, and they've got to respond today. I think they can, but they've got to respond. Number 2, Hanover Central, 10-0.
Wow.
What a season for them. And then the Crown Point Bulldogs, 9-0, number 1 team in Northwest Indiana.
Thoughts, Gary?
Where was Chesterton in that top 10?
They were number 11.
Really? So beating Merrillville, it doesn't get them any love, even in the top 10.
They're number 11.
Yeah,
they just missed. Just missed.
Wait a minute! I can hear laughter all over Northwest Indiana right now. I can hear it.
All right, Gary. Any last thoughts on Hobart versus Highland before we let you go?
No, like I said, I think for Hobart they're going to look to establish early, and then for Highland it's trying to run some clock, ball control, and be able to hang on to the ball enough here to stay in this game. I believe Jason might have used the comment about hanging around long enough to make the favored team worry at the end, and we'll see what happens.
All right, Gary, thank you much. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this day goes on.
All right, see you, folks.
All righty, so we've reached the 6:30 hour. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Are the protests in Iran a prelude to revolution?
Every revolution is just a protest before the moment that the regime topples.
We'll hear from one young Iranian who's been in those demonstrations. Also Cameron Crowe on Bringing Almost Famous to Broadway. A look at Arizona's gubernatorial race, those stories, and all the latest news Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Halloween means the arrival of one giant spooky pop-up, Spirit Halloween. And some see it as a bad omen for the shopping centers it inhabits.
It just sits over the deathbed of the American Mall, takes advantage of it a little bit, helps keep it alive a little bit. It's kind of doing both.
The history of Spirit Halloween and what it says about the future of retail. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
The twilight, the dawn, the inhale right before, and the out-breath after. The time when the curtain between our side and theirs falls away. On the next Snap Judgment, our spooked Halloween special. The in-between space. Snap Judgment. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
And then my phone rang, and it was Sister Iris. And she said to me, "Andre, I hear voices." I said, "So do I." I said, "What do your voices say to you?" She said, "They just call my name."
Join us next time for stories about guiding lights on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
Happy Friday, Lakeshore Game Night. Steve Schmidt here for your sectional semifinal news and notes. We welcome 6A and 5A back to the conversation this week. So let's start off here with 6A Sectional 1, 7 o'clock kickoff between the 9-0 Crown Point Bulldogs at the 2-7 Portage Indians. This game's already kicked off. It's a 4-5 Lake Central Indians at the 7-2 Lafayette Jeff Broncos. First quarter here, Lake Central's up 21-7. Xavier Williams with a pair of touchdown runs for the Indians. 5A Sectional 9, both 7 o'clock kickoffs here. 3 and 6 Munster on the road at 7-2 Maryville. And it's the second battle for Hammond here as 7-2 Hammond Central at 1-8 Hammond Morton. 5A Sectional 10, both games here are also 7 o'clock kickoffs. 6 and 3 Valpo on the road here at 2 and 7 LaPorte. And 4 and 5 Chesterton's on the road at 2 and 7 Michigan City. 4A Sectional 17, New Prairie's 9-1 on the season, traveling to Lowell to take on 7 and 3 Red Devils. 7 and 3 Hobart's on the road at 4 and 6 Highland. 3A Sectional 25, 6:30 kickoff here. West Lafayette is 10-0 on the season, traveling to Calumet to take on the 9-1 Warriors. 7 o'clock kickoff in the 5 and 5 Griffith game at 10-0 Hanover Central. 2A Sectional 33. This one's the game of the night here. 6:30 kickoff between Andrean, who is 6 and 3 on the season, at 10-0 LaVille. This could have been a state championship matchup if it was all seeded. The other game in the sectional is also a 6:30 kickoff between 6 and 4 Bremen at 4 and 6 Lake Station. 1A sectional 34, another 6:30 kickoff. South Central 3 and 7 on the season at 6 and 4 Culver, and 6 o'clock kickoff between Triton and North Judson. Last game we're covering here in 1A sectional 43 is Taylor at West Central at the end of 1. West Central's up 8-0. Ben, back to you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Appreciate all your updates and looking forward to hearing more from you as the scores roll in. I also want to say a thank you to Pepe's for taking care of the game night crew this week. Located at 260 East 84th Drive in Maryville and serving our community for 43 years, Pepe's is a full-service restaurant with large dining room, lounge, and patio areas available for patrons. The Espinoza family, the owners of Pepe's in Maryville, would like to wish all of our local teams the best of luck in the playoffs. And I tell you what, I had a handful of those tacos before we went on air, and they are as good as always. Pepe's has been a mainstay in Northwest Indiana, and I just love them to death.
And we want to thank also NIPSCO for all they do. They've been with us for years, supporting Lakeshore Public Television, Lakeshore Public Radio, and the Lakeshore, all the programs here. NIPSCO does a great job of supporting high school athletics in the area. We appreciate what they do, and we certainly at 10:30 tonight, Ben, will appreciate them even more as they continue to support Scoreboard, where Ben and I and Joe Arredondo will be, looking at the highlights from area games. We will look at the scores, we'll look at the up-and-coming games, and we'll talk a little bit about, what is happening down the road. So thank you to NIPSCO, and that is Lakeshore Scoreboard. If you have Comcast or DirecTV, a dish, you could watch it on 56 or Channel 17, but it's 10:30 to 11 tonight. If you don't have a chance to watch it, you can hear the simulcast right here on Lakeshore Radio 89.1 FM.
We also do a live stream on Facebook, our Facebook group, and on YouTube. So there are plenty of opportunities to enjoy our content. We're hoping that you can tune in and see all of our beautiful, shining, handsome faces for what that's worth. But we love getting your young men on air and giving them opportunities to shine because they've been working hard for what they do. So we love doing it. Speaking of a game that's shining right now, Lake Central, 21-7 up on Lafayette. Jeff, I did not see that one coming.
No, it's Halloween weekend. What the heck?
Right.
I didn't see that
Actually,
either.
Hold on. It's now 28-7 according to
28
Steve.
to
Oh
7?
my gosh.
Oh my God.
Oh, thank you, Andrew. 28-7. Xavier Williams with his third touchdown of the night. Folks, I don't think anyone here listening really understands how huge of a start this is, because Lafayette, Jeff, is a powerhouse in Central Indiana. Very exciting time here for Lake Central. They have this big lead right now. It's still very, very early, but things are looking really good right now for the Indians.
Yeah, 28 points in the first half and first quarter. In fact.
Quarter.
So that's amazing. And I know that, Jeff had an early fumble, and that's why the Lake Central scored first. And when that happened, I said, okay, good. Lake Central got on the board first, but to score 4 touchdowns in the first quarter against this Jeff team, I'm shocked and I'm happy.
It's really something that you don't see a lot when you get momentum, and usually another team, if they're good, can take it away. But Lake Central, they've been able to keep that momentum on their end the entire night so far.
It's sometimes that momentum just goes, Our viewer, Steve gave us an update. It is in the second quarter now. But if you're a college football fan like I am, Purdue and Wisconsin last week, Wisconsin scored 2 touchdowns before the show or the broadcast even got on air. So Purdue ended up being down 21-0 within 1 minute of anyone actually watching the show, because the previous one had gone late. So and that it was academic. So hopefully Lake Central can keep this momentum like Wisconsin did against Purdue last week and keep moving forward, because this is an incredible start, and this would be an upset if this continues, and we're pulling for Lake Central here.
I know that Maryville has played Lafayette Jeff in the sectionals recently, and Lafayette Jeff struggled, and I kind of wonder, do you think that the Duneland Conference, the strength of schedule, even though I know Jeff plays in a good conference,
right,
they're not the Duneland Conference. And even though Lake Central is not, is not in the top of the Duneland,
yeah,
they certainly, play the Duneland teams and played them well.
When I was playing here, I got interviewed for a different radio show, and I likened the DAC to the Big Ten. And I liken the Indianapolis schools to the SEC. The styles of the slugfest style up here in Northwest Indiana is the firm, strong, and then it's kind of an air out attack, high flying down in Indianapolis. Lafayette Jeff is maybe potentially playing in the ACC at this point. There's some good teams in the ACC, but when you start meeting up with some of these different impose your will type offenses and teams, maybe they're struggling a little bit. It's hard to tell because they don't play too frequently.
Right.
But it's going to be very interesting. So before we kind of went off on our little series of adventures there, we were talking about some of the games this week, and we left off right before we started to talk about Chesterton versus Michigan City.
Yeah, this is a game that Chesterton's on a roll. And I know that Gary made the allusion to, where's Chesterton? But, this is a situation where Chesterton has to feel good going into this Michigan City game.
Sure.
Beating Maryville is certainly a feather in their cap, and that had to be a momentum factor for the Chesterton Trojans. Now, they play at Ames Field, and we've talked about that field all season long.
Right.
What a nice field it is, and, things. And so there's maybe a little bit of home field advantage, but I really think that the way Chesterton is playing now, Stefan Boswell,
right,
is just outstanding. And then Garrett Lewis, the running back receiver, is just fantastic. I think Chesterton has it going. This could be a good one for Chesterton.
I think it could be. We've been kind of confused by Michigan City all season long. It wasn't quite right. Their record does not indicate how much talent they have. So it's going to be very interesting to see. But like you said earlier, the Chesterton Trojans are starting to play their best ball at this point of the season. That is exactly what you want for a team. You want to continue to improve week in and week out, find your groove, and play your best football at the end of the season.
And I think that really, that if Chesterton can win this game, you never know the possibilities of entering the top 10. Right, Gary?
There's so many. There's worlds of possibilities here. So that's our 5A sectional 10. Let's go down to Class 4A sectional 17 for our Lakeshore scoreboard game of the week. New Prairie at Lowell in Class 4A sectional 17.
And we talked a little bit about Jason Hill came in and gave us a nice input of this particular game. New Prairie's the powerhouse. Like you said, they could, win state. That's
right.
what people are looking at. But you can't look past Lowell.
No.
We've overlooked Lowell. I may have overlooked Lowell all season. But they are capable of that, victory. And then you got the bottom bracket, Hobart and Highland. And again, this was Gary Graben talking about those two teams. And I like Trey Gibson. I like Noah Ehrlich of Hobart. But I like what Highland has done. They've struggled this year. And they've put it together now a little bit. They will run the ball. I remember so vividly that, Kevin Driscoll of Hanover Central, our correspondent there, said when Coach Pete Koulianis was at, Hanover Central, he used to like to run the ball, then run the ball, and then run the ball some more. So This is a situation where Hobart's defense is going to have to come to play.
Yeah, they're going to have to come to play. I know that Highland's offensive line was controlling the line of scrimmage against Lowell for the most part. We all know the dynamic offense that Hobart has. This could be a sneaky, exciting game. I think that one's going to be a fun one. So let's go on to sectional Class 3A, Sectional 25. We've got West Lafayette, Calumet.
Boy, this is a tough one for Calumet. West Lafayette, I believe, is undefeated, number 1 in 3A, and Calumet. Boy, all I can say is yes, Calumet's 9-1. Yes, people may in Calumet, vicinity may be saying, well, they're 9-1. Why are you talking down about them? Why are you not, praising their season? We are praising. 9-1 is outstanding.
Absolutely.
They've done a great job at Calumet, turning that program around year after year. They were good last year and the year before, and I'm telling you, they are a good program. But West Lafayette is really a dominant team. So Calumet cannot make the silly mistakes, fumbling the ball, throwing interceptions. They've got to play an air-free game. They can beat West Lafayette.
Oh, sure.
But it's at Calumet, and it's because it's at Calumet. But they can't make mistakes against this West Lafayette team.
West Lafayette's awfully tough, and this is nothing against Calumet. Certain teams are just really, really, really good, and this is one of them.
Yep.
So we're going to go ahead and talk about Griffith and Hanover Central.
Yeah, Griffith had a really nice win last week, and they're playing better. They've got a couple of really nice runners. This Carter Crow all of a sudden came out of nowhere and started to run well. I think he was injured, and now he's kind of back. And a young man named Cervantes is just outstanding with speed and stuff like that. So Griffith has improved drastically here over the season, but have they improved enough to beat Hanover Central? Hanover Central, unbelievable, 10-0. You can't say anymore. I mean, you can talk about the athletes on both sides of the ball. That's what's so impressive. They're just not an offensive juggernaut. They are excellent defensively
as well.
And this is going to be a tough one for Griffith here at Hanover tonight.
So we were talking about this defense for Hanover Central. Anyone listening to this broadcast knows what we have talked about when it came to Hanover Central. Their offense is so dynamic, but their defense gave up their first score of all. Their starting defense gave up the first score of the entire season last week in the postseason. So that is how tough that their defense has been as well. And Hanover's is awfully tough. I think that Griffith is going to have a hard time handling them, but you never know. I mean, this is why we play the game.
Right.
So we'll move down to Sectional 26 for Class 3A. We've got West Noble at Knox.
Knox has a chance. They're 7-3.
Sure.
But West Noble obviously is a good program, or they wouldn't be this far. But I like the way Radke has turned this program around too.
Oh, yeah.
They struggled early in the season. People said, why? What was wrong? Well, Rudke, actually, Coach Radke, did a great job of turning this around. They're 7-3 right now, and they've got a legitimate chance to win their sectional.
Oh, absolutely. Can you tell me one school that Russ Radke has not been successful at?
No, I can't.
You can't.
That's right.
You can't do it.
That's right.
He's obviously a strong personality. He's, have some interesting quirks about him. But you know what? He is successful, and he's done it year in and decade in and decade out, program in and program out. He just wins football, and he's going to continue that down there at Knox. It's a nice community. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Knox. It's a very nice community down there. Very passionate about football. He's going to be, if not this year, he's going to be doing a lot of damage down there, winning a lot of football games. So let's move on to Class 2A, Sectional 33, which is what we are calling our radio game of the night, the Andrean at LaVille game. This is going to be an incredible football game.
It really is, and I am so thankful that Gary Schultz, our correspondent for the South Bend area, will be at this particular game and calling in. This is an outstanding game. LaVille is undefeated.
Right.
They are, and they've got a tradition there at LaVille of being very, very good in football. And then you've got the state champion from last year, Andrean, coming in. This is a battle. From what I'm hearing, LaVille loves to run the ball, and certainly Andrean has the superstars, to play well. Andrean cannot have fumbles or interceptions in this one. Yes, they have players like Patrick Claps III, who can break a game open, or Drake Bowen, who is headed to Notre Dame. They've got outstanding players. Bill Henry, what an outstanding quarterback. But LaVille has talent. We just don't hear about it much.
Oh, absolutely. And I know that Andrew Johnson has had his eye on this game. Andrew, what do you got for us?
Yeah, and it's actually on the IHSA TV network right now. And Andrean's been in the red zone twice so far that I've seen. They've been turned away both times. And then LaVille on their drive, they just got to midfield and then had to punt. So been very back and forth so far early.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that LaVille is known for their defense, so that's good for LaVille.
But Andrean is marching. And so there's been some positive momentum for the 59ers here. But in the macro sense for this game, I am of the belief that whoever wins this game is going to win the Class 2A state title. That is my belief right now. This really is the two best teams in 2A playing right now.
Yep, I agree.
All right, another sectional 33 matchup is Bremen at Lake Station.
Yeah, the big thing about this one, number one, Lake Station won their first sectional game in a long time. That's fantastic. We don't know much about Bremen, but what we do know about this game, and the reason that we are excited here, is that we have a correspondent there, our man, the legend, the myth, Tommy Williams.
All right.
Will be calling in and giving us a update, and we're so happy,
so excited
to have Tommy back.
I am. Don't get me wrong. This is going to be an excellent football game in itself, but I am so excited for Tommy Williams to come back. We had an opportunity to speak with him last week, and we just had a blast. Just like he never missed a beat. Tommy had some health issues that he had to miss a big part of this season. We're so happy to have him back. He's very familiar with the Lake Station program. He does their PA announcing for their basketball games. And so we're glad that he's back, and he's going to be giving us some updates on that.
I agree.
So real quick, let's go over the 1A sectionals. We've got South Central and Culver Community.
Culver is a good school. They're a powerhouse. So they like to run the ball, too. And South Central had a nice win last week in the sectional, but this game is at Culver. And, I kind of have to lean with the home team here.
And then Triton, the last game here, Triton and North Judson.
Boy, what a season North Judson
has
had. Only one loss, and that one loss is to who?
LaVille.
That's right. And it was a last-second loss.
1 point loss.
So, that would... I think Judson beat Triton earlier in the season, and I think that they could do it again at home here.
So speaking of LaVille, we have Gary Schultz on the line with an update of Andrean at LaVille. Gary, how's it going out there?
At the end of one quarter, 0-0.
Oh, wow.
You've got a defensive stalemate going on. How did we get to this point, Gary?
Well, Andrean has been driving the ball very good. On the first series, they got down to the Lakeville 10, LaVille 10, had 2 5-yard penalties, and then threw 2 incompletions and turned it over on down. The next series, they drove from their own 11 down to the LaVille 15, and then missed a field goal.
So Andrean is kind of shooting themselves in the foot a little bit here. What is LaVille doing on offense?
They have had a couple of first downs. They've had one big run. They just got another first down, and they're on their own 30-yard line right now.
All right, so their own 30 or going in?
Yes, their own 30.
Their own 30. Okay. So, Gary, what has been the key to this game so far?
Key has been Drake Bowen running. So far, I've got him with about 80 yards rushing.
Wow.
You are not the first person to say that for a football game. There's a reason why he's going to Notre Dame, Gary.
Yeah, definitely. You sure can tell he's above, head and shoulders above the rest of them.
Yeah, he's a good ball player. Expect to see a heavy dose of Drake Bowen going forward. Gary, is there anything else you want to add before we let you go?
No, just nice night for a game out here. I also wanted to say Scotty Ballantyne did start the first series, and then they brought in Drake Henry or Billy Henry for the second one.
Oh, so
wow.
Scott Ballantyne is back. Excellent. Gary, thank you. That's big news here. So we'll keep that in mind. Gary, one more time, what is the score and time update of your game?
All right, 10 minutes and 30 seconds left in the second quarter. The score is 0-0.
All right, thanks, Gary. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes by.
All righty.
All right, thank you much.
Bye.
All right, so Coach Scotty Ballantyne back starting. Excellent. We had some rumors that he was getting better, so this is interesting. But
I'm really wondering if they just tried to get him a little bit of time early, and Billy Henry's going to come in. I'm not sure that Ballantyne will play much in that game.
Sure.
But that's okay.
Yeah.
Give him a little time
his feet
in case
underneath
he's
him.
needed. He can come off the bench.
all right, so we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
From the Center for Investigative Reporting and PRX, I'm Al Letson of Reveal.
This story is going to be about people trying to keep secrets.
True stories that affect your world every week on Reveal.
Was there any reason why you didn't want to tell us the truth?
We didn't lie, we just withheld information.
Because there's always more to the story on Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
You know those times it seems like the whole world knows something that you don't?
I'd never heard of the periodic table.
One day his wife told him he was a mammal.
Of course I'm not a mammal.
Well, on the next Radio Lab,
that was a shocker.
We fill in the gaps.
I became good at bluffing.
So you don't have to bluff.
Stroking my chin in a way I hope would look like a wise chap.
Asking the questions you never got a chance to ask.
Seeing the richness of the world around you.
Stupid questions on the next radio.
In the days before Roe v. Wade, a young suburban mother faces a life or death decision: go forward with a pregnancy or possibly die. That's the premise of the new film Call Jane, starring Elizabeth Banks.
For me, it was just making sure that we presented abortion in its reality.
We'll talk about it on the next All Things Considered from NPR News. Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio, streaming online at lakeshorepublicradio.org.
I'm Jesse Thorne. On the next Bullseye, our annual Halloween Spectacular. We'll interview Anna Fabrega from Los Espookies, Monet Exchange from Drag Race, and the great R.L. Stein, creator of Goosebumps.
I don't really get too deep into the real fears. It's a lot safer to do a dummy coming to life.
That's on the next Bullseye for MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM, listener-supported public radio in Northwest Indiana. WLPR FM Lowell.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
Ben Kolazinski back with Wayne Svetnoff. We're going to send it off to Chuck DeMoss with an update at Taylor versus West Central. Chuck, what's going on out there?
Yeah, we've come to half. Ben, West Central 2-0 right now.
Chuck, we're getting a little bit of breaking up here. Can you hear us, Chuck? Not very well, Chuck.
What was the score again? Chuck?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, Chuck. What's the score?
30-0. West Central is up over Taylor right now.
30-0.
Wow. This is halftime, huh, Chuck?
This is halftime. Yeah, we'll probably be going to a running clock, I would imagine, in the second half. But Spencer Lehman has two of their scores tonight from 22 yards and 5 yards out. Buzz Beislinger ran a 2-point conversion in for him. The third score was done by Buzz Beislinger himself from 2 yards out. The 2-point conversion to Aiden White. And the final touchdown was a 32-yard, and Aiden White ran it in 2 yards.
Wow.
All right, Chuck, we're still getting a little bit of breaking up from you. One more time, what was that score from halftime? I think we have lost Chuck. So we'll try to get him back and see what's going on, hopefully. An exciting start for the West Central Ball Club there. 30-0 at halftime, and unfortunately a little bit of service problems. We're not getting Chuck too clearly on here, but pretty exciting so far.
Yeah, 30 in points, almost as many points, that a team like West Central has been averaging. I mean, they averaged big scores all season long. It's been a great year for West Central, and it'd be really nice to see them move on.
Yeah, it will be. It's a big story for them, a community that's a community that's had a bit of success in years past, but now having an excellent season after a couple of down years. So very exciting for West Central right now. So they've had a bit of an offensive explosion. Speaking of explosions on offense, we've got some offensive players of the week from last week that we'd like to talk about. Before we talk about this first individual, this is an individual from Boone Grove. It has been announced that Boone Grove is getting a football complex next year. Yeah. So that is very exciting. And so we're going to go from there. Quick question, is that Chuck calling back in? Is that what we have? No, okay. So that is not Chuck calling back in. So Boone Grove is getting a new football facility, and that's very exciting for that program. They've been using Valparaiso High School's field for a long time, and occasionally at Valparaiso University. So very, very exciting for Boone Grove. But Offensive Player of the Week last week is Josh Oglesby from Boone Grove.
As we look at this first one, Boone Grove, you got to give a lot of credit to their program.
Right.
They barely lost to Calumet last week, but you got to give a lot of credit. We've talked about Matt Rowland, the quarterback, and now Matt Rowland has superseded Andrew Markham from Calumet as the leading passer in the area.
Right, yeah.
And this Ogilvy's, he was unknown. He had 6 TDs last week.
198 yards.
Wow, where were you, son?
Wonderful performance by Mr. Oglesby there. Excellent. Before we get to some of the other offensive players of the week, we've got Dr. Reed Amons on the field with an update from Munster and Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
Well, Maryville's off to a fast start. On their first series, they faced a 3rd and 8, and Jalen Thomas did a really nice job of rolling out to the left and picking up the first down. On the very next play, the 4th play of the game for the Pirates, Jalen Thomas then connects with John Peters on a 58-yard touchdown reception. The extra point was good. That puts Maryville up 7-0 with 7:56 to go here in the opening quarter over Munster. Munster taking over on offense for the first time.
So, Dr. Reed, was it just a well-performed drive by Maryville there, or is Munster did they make some mistakes on defense?
It was just the first 3 plays was a run to Justin Marshall, who picked up 5 yards. There was a 5-yard penalty in there, false start for the Pirates. Thomas connected with Justin Marshall on a short 3-yard pass, and then the Thomas scramble that picked up the first down. The very next play was the 58-yard touchdown reception. Very, very efficient offense for the Pirates, even though they did have that 5-yard penalty false start. But Pirates look very good here to get things started. Munster taking over on offense on their first play, picks up a yard. So there's about 9.5 minutes to go here in the opening quarter. Pirates out to a first quarter early lead, 7-0, and looking to capitalize on maybe some more.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Reed. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update from Munster and Maryville. So we have some people calling in, but before we take that next caller, let's talk about what Trey Gibson did with Hobart last week.
Yeah, Trey has been I think he's the number 3 rusher in the area. He's been averaging over the last 4 or 5 games 4 touchdowns. And last week he had 4 TDs and 239 yards and against Westside. So he did an outstanding job again.
All right, we've got some calls piling in right now. We're going to go ahead and take Al Rodriguez on line 2 with an update of Griffith versus Hanover. Al, what's going on out there?
Hey, how you doing tonight? It's kind of bizarre. Griffith was marching down the field. They had some good runs. They got down to about the 15, decided to fake a run and throw a pass, and it was intercepted at the 10 by Dylan Bowen. The very next play, Hanover ran. It was a Gannon House on a 78-yard touchdown run. It was a thing to watch. He was just streaking down the field. So it's Hanover 7, Griffith nothing. First quarter, 9 minutes left in the first quarter. That's ticking down.
So pretty quick. So it was how did Griffith march down the field there, Al?
Their running backs, I don't have a list of their names, but they were running strong, and I'm surprised. As good as they were moving the ball, when they got down to the 15, they tried to spring a trap. Surprise Hanover with a pass. I thought it was going to be a run for a first down, and they threw a pass, and it was intercepted. And that kind of changed the whole momentum because Griffith had good momentum up to that point. Now they're on their own 20, struggling to get a first down.
All right, Al, thank you much. One more time, what is the score and time update, please?
The score right now is Hanover 7, Griffith 0, 7:50 left in the first quarter.
All right, thank you, Al. That's Al Rodriguez with an update from Griffith and Hanover. We're going to go from Al Rodriguez to Jason Hill with an update of New Prairie at Lowell. Jason, what's going on out there?
First quarter score update here in Lowell. New Prairie leads this one 7-0 with about 10 minutes to go here in the first quarter action here. Lowell opened the game, first possession, a quick 3-and-out. Not a great punt. New Prairie took over right about their own 43-yard line, so not a great start there for Lowell. And then to follow up the 3-and-out, New Prairie airs it out 57 yards. Lepniski, I believe is how you pronounce it. 57-yard touchdown on New Prairie's first play from scrimmage to get them on the board first here tonight. 7-0 New Prairie. Lowell's taking over for their second possession as we speak.
So, Jason, that was a pass from New Prairie?
It was a pass. I don't know if the play action pass.
Okay.
So a little option pass. Looked like Lowell's whole defense did on a run, and there was a man wide open. I mean, the ball was a mile high. It just took forever, it seemed like, to come down, but once it did, he was wide open and walked into the end zone.
Well, I will say this much. New Prairie is very well coached. I am biased. Their head coach is one of my best friends. But I will say this much. He's very smart, and he is a rushing offense, so he must have saw something on film where Lowell would not be expecting a pass that early in the series. So, Jason, what does Lowell need to do right now to retake this momentum?
Kind of like we were talking about. I heard you guys speaking about the Lake Central game that's going on. You got to respond here, especially at home. You don't want all the air sometimes to think too early here. If that's going to be, you need to hold on here. Whether that's just extending a drive, giving your defense a chance to kind of calm down after that. You just need a small win here to kind of build some momentum and just keep the intensity going.
All right, Jason, one more time. What is the time and score update, please?
There is 8.5 minutes to go in the first quarter here in Lowell. New Prairie leads 7-0.
7-0 for New Prairie there. So thank you, Jason. Give us a call back when some more action happens. All right, thanks, Jason. That was Jason Hill with an update on New Prairie versus Lowell. So it seems that New Prairie has got that hot start, taken to the air to take an early lead.
Yeah, a little surprise. Lowell wasn't maybe alert to that, and have the receiver that wide open, for New Prairie. Obviously, Lowell got fooled.
Something showed on film,
right?
And the good thing about getting that busted play out of the way is it's early.
Yes.
And Lowell has the opportunity to come back from this and say, okay, they saw this on film, let's correct it, and then they can look for that going forward the rest of the game. So lots of opportunity down there in the Inferno. We know Lowell is a tough program, so they're going to be able to come back on this one.
And they have come back throughout the season.
Sure.
In the second half. Lowell is more of a second half team than a first half team.
Right. So
as you say, that's not ideal to be down 7.
No.
But they're only down 7.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of our correspondents that I am excited to speak to today, it is Tommy Williams with an update from Bremen and Lake Station. Tommy, how's it going out there?
Hey, not bad at all, man. A lot better than a year ago when you guys had me go out to Michigan City and I froze to death.
A lot warmer this week, huh?
It's a lot warmer. Yeah, I know who that's laughing in the background. That's
you got it, buddy.
No, but guys, here's the deal. Bremen came in here red hot offensively, scoring 35, 35, and 40 points per game in their last 3 outings.
Wow.
They're in pretty good shape right now, leading 26-0 over Lake Station. This came early in the second quarter. Here's the good news, bad news deal. The good news for Lake Station was that they gave up an onside kick to begin the game, but they did not give up any points. The bad news is the ball has been on Lake Station's side of the field ever since. And because of that, 3 straight scores by Bremen, including a touchdown run by their quarterback, Raverson, to make it 19-0 after one half, or I should say after one quarter of play. They have just scored another touchdown pass to up the lead now to 26-0. The Lake Station offense has been struggling throughout the game. They've had a tough time running against this Bremen defense, and that's why we sit where we sit right now. 26-0 Bremen with about 10 minutes, 45 seconds left to go in the first half.
All right, Tommy, thank you much. I appreciate it. Give us a call back at halftime.
You got it.
All right, thank you. That's Tommy Williams, an update with Bremen versus Lake Station. Our board is getting awfully full here with callers, so we're going to move on to Gary Graben with an update at Hobart and Highland. Gary, what's going on?
Well, Highland got the start they wanted. Blake Vanek intercepted a Noah Ehrlich pass, but unfortunately the favor was returned as Cody Johnston intercepted a ball for for Hobart. That led to a drive culminating in a Trey Gibson 1-yard touchdown run. There was actually a key 30-yard pass down to the one to Cody Johnston from Noah Ehrlich. The extra point, though, was good, 7-0 with 7:58 to go. I will mention on the ensuing kickoff, Highland had about a 60-yard return down to the Hobart 36. So a couple of mistakes early for the Brickies here, even though they have a 7-0 lead.
So, Gary, how is Highland? Are they moving the ball at all, or is it just a matter of those couple mistakes causing the difference?
It's really the mistakes, Ben. They didn't do anything when they had their chance at the ball and then threw an interception on a third down play. This kickoff return that has them deep in Highland territory has been their best offensive play. They've just gotten another first down. They are down now to the Hobart 23.
All right, Gary, I appreciate the updates. One more time, what is the time and score update, please?
Again, 7-0 Hobart over Highland. Clock running coming toward the 6:40 mark of the first quarter.
All right, thank you, Gary. That was Gary Graben with an update on Hobart and Highland. We're going to go from Gary Graben. We're going to go to Reed Amons with an update from Munster and Maryville. Reed, what's going on out there?
Yeah, things have not started any better. Could not have started any better for the Pirates tonight. After their opening touchdown, they did try an onside kick, which was recovered by Munster, and Munster put together a couple nice plays, picked up a couple first downs, but facing a 4th and 1 from the Maryville 24-yard line, the Maryville defense came up big with a big stop and turned the ball over on downs against Munster. On the very next play, Jalen Thomas for the Pirates connects with Justin Marshall on a slant play that goes 76 yards for the touchdown. The extra point was good. The Pirates are on top, 14-0 here in the opening quarter. There's 5.5 minutes to play here in quarter number 1. Munster is now getting ready to punt the ball back to the Pirates. So with 5.5 minutes to go here in the opening quarter, Maryville's on top 14-0 and looking to take the ball over once again.
All right, thank you, Dr. Reed. We appreciate the update. Let us know how this game continues as the action keeps up.
Sounds good, guys.
All right, thank you. That's Dr. Reed Amons with an update on Munster versus Maryville. Let's move from Dr. Reed to Al Rodriguez with an update from Griffith at Hanover. Al, what's going on?
Hey, good evening. Oh, it's getting brisk out here, but Hanover's defense is starting to stiffen up. They held White. I'm going to say Whitey. I got my team mixed up. They held Griffith. Griffith had to punt. Hanover started marching down the field, and Kuntz ran in on an 18-yard touchdown run, and he's got to be like a special K out there. He's flipping that ball on the flats, and he's wearing down these Griffith teams early. But anyways, score right now is Hanover 14, Griffith is 0. 2:58 left in the first quarter.
Al, what is your eye telling you about this game? What is Hanover doing to just keep the momentum?
In the beginning, Griffith had that good drive going. I thought, this is going to be a different game than last time. But when they threw that pass and it got intercepted, it just seemed to take the wind out of Griffith. And right now, they're just recovering, but they're not running the ball well. This Connor Cervantes, they're using him on offense and defense. He's a strong runner, but he has nowhere to go because Hanover's defense is just swarming him.
All right, it sounds like a lot of good momentum there for Hanover. So, Al,
defense is strong.
I have a question for you that's not sports related. Gary Graben told me that you had an interesting week this week, but he didn't tell me what's going on. So what was it? What happened?
I was coming home from a golf lesson. Those guys trying to get better at golf. I was on Klein Avenue, heading south to Griffith home, and about a mile south of where Havenwood is. I don't know if you know where that's at. On Klein Avenue.
No.
A tree decided to fall on me. I know the leaves are falling, but this time a tree decided to fall on me.
What?
What? Yeah, I kid you not. The tree had to be about 10 inches across. It fell. I'm driving down Klein. It fell, hit my car. I didn't know what it was, so I ducked down. And as I drove, I got about, 50, 100 feet. I looked in my rearview mirror because my window is completely shattered.
Ugh.
All right. The center console, that's above you with the lights and how you control the sunroof, was hanging by its wires.
My goodness, Al.
And there was a tree blocking Klein Avenue. That tree had hit me.
So you didn't hit a tree hit you.
A tree hit me. I was attacked by a tree.
Okay. Oh, my God.
Al, this is the part of Griffith that's residential, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I think I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, Al,
it was a wild tree, it's just...
A wild tree attacked. I'm sorry to hear that, Al, but I'm glad you're okay.
Me too. Trust me.
Yes. It's better in shape than your car is right now. So let's get back to the task at hand one more time. What is the score and time?
Hanover's getting ready. Hanover's going to score. Go. Touchdown, Hanover. Whoa.
Every time that Al Rodriguez is on air, he gets a live action. So, Al, what does that make the score?
It's going to make it 21-0.
So
with a minute 30 left in the first quarter.
How did Hanover score just now?
I missed it. I was talking to you and I was yelling.
All right, fair enough. Sorry that we got you distracted.
Tim Barrett, the 38. Huh?
We got
Tim Barrett with a 38-yard run.
All right, all right.
Sideline. He was dancing along the sideline. It was a beautiful thing to watch. It's like a ballet dancer over on that sideline.
All right, Al. Thank you much. How much time is left there in the second quarter?
First quarter, 1 minute, 37 seconds.
All right, thanks, Al. I appreciate it.
Take it.
I'm glad Al's okay. So we'll move on to Jason Hill with an update on New Prairie versus Lowell. Jason, what's going on?
14-0 out here at Lowell. New Prairie extends the lead. But a 24-yard touchdown catch by Cole Staley for New Prairie. Got him in the end zone again here tonight. 14-0. It's about 5 minutes to go. New Prairie over Lowell. Guys, this is a big, physical, tough New Prairie team. And yes, I intentionally said that slowly because every word of that, oh my goodness, here, they are hitting Lowell right in the mouth. And every play, every block here, I've been on both sides of the field trying to follow the action here, right up front. And man, these are some big boys. Lowell struggling to get something going offensively, went 3 and out again, and had a punt returned very well, which set up that drive. New Prairie on that drive ran about 4 plays and with ease between running the ball and then throwing it there. Not much in the way for Lowell defensively. So New Prairie looking to take control of this one early and having success as Lowell begins their 3rd drive of the night.
So Jason, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Jason, has New Prairie thrown more than you expected? Because I thought the New Prairie is basically a running team, but they must have seen something against that Lowell defense.
Well, not knowing too much about New Prairie, other than what Ben's been able to provide us throughout the year. We've heard that yes, they like to run the ball, but looking at some of their stats online this afternoon, they're an effective passing team. Lowell F, I guess, would be the comparison. But they are an effective passing team, and if well-coached teams see things that they can exploit, if it showed up on tape, and I know it's been commented in the past, when Lowell runs into these teams that really like to kind of slow the ball and test that secondary with some of their better athletes having to take on some tougher positions offensively and defensively, when they get tested, sometimes that they do struggle. So something on tape or something that they've noticed for sure here tonight, this passing attack.
All right, Jason, one more time. What is the score and time update, please?
14-0 New Prairie over Lowell with about 4 minutes to go in the first quarter.
All right, thank you. That's Jason Hill with an update from New Prairie and Lowell. Jason, looking forward to hearing more from you. All right, we'll go from Jason. We'll go to Gary Graben with an update of Hobart and Highland. Gary, what's going on?
When last we spoke, Stevie Salmon had a huge kick return for Highland into Hobart territory. The Trojans were able to get all the way to the 5-yard line, and with a 3rd and goal from the 5, they were thrown for a loss of 5, thus taking away the opportunity to go for it on 4th down. Instead, a 27-yard field goal by Jason Bogner, bringing the score to 7-3, Hobart over Highland. And Highland has already held Hobart and received the ball back. So the defense for Highland picking it up a little bit here. They have the ball at midfield here as we're in the last 3 minutes and 19 seconds of the first quarter.
How far was that kick, Gary?
27 yards.
27. Thank you.
So the momentum is the momentum has swung towards Highland this game.
It would seem so. And when they were at the 5 with the 3rd and 5, I thought they might even run a play to try to get a little closer and go for it on 4th down, because you don't figure they're going to beat Hobart with field goals. But they obviously at the 10-yard line, that decision was made for Coach Koulianos. They kicked the 3, and now they look like they're in pretty good shape here. Again, at midfield, they've had a little success with the running game in that last drive. We'll see if they can get any more going here. Again, the defense for Hobart is stout. It's tough to go long distances, but again, when you start in their territory, or in this case, near midfield, a little bit easier for Highland to manage that.
All right, Gary, one more time. What is the score and time update, please?
Again, the Brickies over the Trojans 7-3 with 2:22 to go here in the first quarter.
All right, thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. That was Gary Graben with an update of Hobart and Highland. We're going to move from one Gary to the next. We've got Gary Schultz with an update of Andrian and LaVille. Gary, what's going on out there?
At halftime, the score is still 0-0.
Ooh, boy. You have a defensive football game there. What is the story of the first half here, Gary?
Andrian has been moving the ball pretty good. They turned it over on downs on the 20-yard line. They missed a field goal. One series, the last series they had, they drove for their own 27 down to the 31. They threw a pass to Patrick Clax III, who went up between 2 players and made a spectacular catch and appeared to have come down in bounds, but the referee ruled him out of bounds. And then on the very next play, they were intercepted on the 10-yard line, and it was returned back to the Andrian 37. Oof. And then LaVille missed a field goal, so that's where we're at halftime.
So it seems like Andrean's moving the ball, but they just can't cash in.
Yes, that's what's happening. They're getting down there, but LaVille's coming up tough when they get down inside the 20.
LaVille's known for a solid defense, so it appears that they're clamping down at the right time. One more time, Gary, what is the score at halftime?
0-0.
0-0 at halftime. So, all right, Gary, give us a call when the third quarter rolls around.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Gary. We're going to move from Gary Schultz to Reed Amons with an update of Munster versus Maryville. Reed, what's going on?
Well, in a game that's not 0-0 at halftime, Maryville's done just about everything right so far here in the opening quarter. The last two possessions for Munster have ended in fumbles that Maryville have recovered. One turned into a defensive touchdown. The second one turned into a 32-yard touchdown run by Justin Marshall, his second touchdown of the night. The Pirates are out to a strong start. It's 28-0 Pirates over the Munster Mustangs here with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go here in quarter number one.
Dr. Reed, who recovered that fumble and they took it into the end zone? Who was that?
I got a number for you, Wayne, but not a name. It was number 5 on the defense, so I don't have a name for you right now.
Okay.
And he did pick it up and return it about 50 yards down the opposite side.
Oh, wow.
So he did a really nice job. And then the second fumble recovery, I did not get a number for that one. But Munster a couple times has run the option out to the left, and that left-handed pitch is gone. I think he's about 1 for 3 on his left-handed pitches tonight. 2 of them turning into fumbles, and Munster just fumbled again out of bounds. So, minute 35 or so here to go in the opening quarter. Munster trailing Maryville 28-0 here in the opening quarter.
All right, thanks, Dr. Reed. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, that was Dr. Reed Amons with an update of Munster Maryville. We have had a lot of action in the last half hour. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break so we can catch our breath on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Are the protests in Iran a prelude to revolution?
Every revolution is just a protest before the moment that the regime topples.
We'll hear from one young Iranian who's been in those demonstrations. Also Cameron Crowe on Bringing Almost Famous to Broadway. A look at Arizona's gubernatorial race, those stories, and all the latest news Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR.
Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Halloween means the arrival of one giant spooky pop-up, Spirit Halloween. And some see it as a bad omen for the shopping centers it inhabits.
It just sits over the deathbed of the American Mall, takes advantage of it a little bit, helps keep it alive a little bit. It's kind of doing both.
The history of Spirit Halloween and what it says about the future of retail. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
The twilight, the dawn, the inhale right before, and the out-breath after. The time when the curtain between our side and theirs falls away. On the next Snap Judgment, our spooked Halloween special. The in-between space. Snap Judgment. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
And then my phone rang, and it was Sister Iris. And she said to me, Andre, I hear voices. I said, so do I. I said, what do your voices say to you? She said, they just called my name.
Join us next time for stories about guiding lights on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
Well, what's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here as these scores are rolling in fast and furious to the Game Night studio, so let's see how everybody's doing tonight. Starting off in 6A Sectional 1, Crown Point and Portage has a 7-0 lead. In the first quarter, Cody Young with a 9-yard touchdown pass to Colton Wilkie. Lake Central at Lafayette Jeff at the half. Lake Central has a 28-14 lead. Lake Central's Xavier Williams with 3 touchdowns for the Indians. 5A Sectional 9, Munster at Maryville. You just heard this one from Reed. First quarter, Maryville's up 28-0. The second installment for the Battle of Hammond between Hammond Central and Hammond Morton at the end of one. Morton has a 6-0 lead. Freddie Brown with a 2-yard touchdown run. 5A Sectional 10, Valpo on the road at LaPorte. First quarter, Valpo has a 7-0 lead. Thomas Berta, a 13-yard touchdown run. Chesterton at Michigan City in the first quarter. Chesterton has a 13-0 lead. Brady McCormick with a 6-yard touchdown run, and then Ethan Troy with an 8-yard touchdown run. 4A Sectional 17, New Prairie on the road at Lowell. First quarter, New Prairie has a 14-0 lead. Hobart at Highland. Hobart has a 7-3 lead in the first quarter. Hobart's Trey Gibson with a 1-yard touchdown run. Jason Bogner for the Trojans with a 26-yard field goal. 3A Sectional 25, West Lafayette at Calumet. First quarter, West Lafayette has a 22-0 lead over the Warriors. Griffith at Hanover Central, the end of one. Hanover has a 21-0 lead. Gannon Howe has a 78-yard touchdown run. Matt Coons with an 18-yard touchdown run, and Coons had a 38-yard touchdown pass to Caden Verrett. 2A Sectional 33, Andrean at LaVille at the half. This one's all tied up at 0 apiece. Bremen at Lake Station, second quarter. Bremen has a 26-0 lead. 1A Sectional 41, no score updates in that one just yet. And in Sectional 43, also in 1A, Taylor at West Central. It's 32-0 West Central at the half. Ben and Wayne, back to you.
Thank you. That was Steve Schmidt. It's Ben Kolzinski back here, Andrew Johnson on the switchboard, and Wayne Svetnoff joining me. We're going to go right off to another score update from Jason Hill with New Prairie at Lowell. Jason, what's going on?
Hey, guys. We got about 40 seconds left in the first quarter here. It is now 21-0 New Prairie over Lowell. Again, New Prairie, no real resistance from that Lowell defense. Just slowly moving the ball down the field, balanced offense. This time another pass completion for a touchdown. This one was Dallas Ryan for New Prairie to extend the lead 21-6. I'm sure you hear the commotion here behind me. The big touchdown, Red Devils. Lowell, nice drive here to end the quarter, which is what I was calling. I was hoping they were going to flip field here to score this touchdown facing me. But it looks to be about a 9-yard touchdown run there, Owen Steele, I believe, to put Lowell on the board here. So update within the update, 21-6, 30 seconds to go here in the first quarter.
In the first quarter still?
First quarter, 30 seconds to go. That extra point was blocked. 21-6 New Prairie over Lowell.
So, Jason, the Lowell Red Devils have gotten on the board here. What do they need to do to keep this momentum in their favor?
They come up with a stop. They got one on the board here. This is a nice drive, fairly long drive, considering tonight has been pretty quick. Nice fireworks. These drives here have been quick between New Prairie and Lowell. Either quick scores, 3, 4, 5 plays for New Prairie, and 3, 4, 5 plays for Lowell here in the first quarter. So this drive for the Red Devils really extended it. Took a few minutes, giving them some time, that defense to regroup here, pick themselves back up off the floor and gather to come back here. Getting on the board gives them some life, and they can start this second quarter here refreshed and ready to go.
All right, Jason, we appreciate the update. One more time, what is the score and time update?
First quarter, 30 seconds left. 21-6 New Prairie over Lowell.
All right, thank you, Jason. Looking forward to hearing more from you. All righty, that was Jason Hill with an update from New Prairie at Lowell. And we've got Russell Brodacre with an update from Chesterton and Michigan City. Russell, what's going on out there today?
Howdy, hey, gentlemen. It's a beautiful night for football. Currently, first quarter just ended. It is 13-0 Chesterton.
Chesterton is landed on Michigan City a little bit there early. How has Chesterton scored the ball?
So they had their backup quarterback, McCormick, run it in for the first time, and then their senior, Ethan Troy, took it into the house for the second. They're currently right now down in the red zone about 3 yards, about to score to lead off this third quarter.
Russell,
I'm sorry.
Russell has the quarterback, McCormick, played the first series, or has he played the entire first quarter?
They've been doing a pretty good job at rotating through. So right now he's just been really leading it up latter half of the first, and he's been working well, so they're keeping him in.
Russell, has Michigan City shown any signs of life?
I mean, their defense has been held pretty stout, but, a couple loose tackles, and Chesterton's been kind of running it downfield in that way. But offensively, I've seen a lot of progress, so I'm excited to see them pick it up here in the start of the second quarter.
All right, Russell, one more time. What is the score and time update of your game?
It is 0-13 Chesterton, and it is 12 minutes to go in the second quarter.
All right, thanks, Russell. We're looking forward to hearing more from you as this game progresses.
Sounds good, gentlemen.
All righty, we'll go from Russell Broadacre to Gary Graben with an update of Hobart and Highland. Gary, what's going on out there?
In the last update, we talked about field goals versus touchdowns. Hobart was faced with a 4th and 3 at the Highland 13. They went for it. Trey Gibson off tackle, 8 yards down to the 5. A few plays later, Trey Gibson punched it in from a yard out. The extra point was good. It's now 14-3 Hobart over Highland with just under 10 minutes to go in the first half.
So, Gary, it seems like Hobart has figured out what they need to do offensively a little bit here.
Well, it's a lot of Trey Gibson. There were a few Ehrlich passes completed, but Trey Gibson certainly probably overestimating, maybe over at least 60 yards already here in just over a quarter. He's the guy that's going to be tough to handle here. And when he gets to the outside, Highland doesn't have anybody to catch him. So they got to contain him. They got to keep him in the lanes and make sure that he doesn't bust one, because it looks like he's close to breaking one almost every play.
All right, Gary, one more time. What is your score and time update, please?
Again, 14-3 Hobart over Highland with 9:45 to go here in the first half. I will say the Trojans actually, again, are up to midfield. So they are having a little bit of success here, but they need some touchdowns.
All righty, thank you, Gary. Appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
You got it.
All right, we'll go from Gary Graben and move to Jason Hill with another update from New Prairie and Lowell. Jason, what's going on?
Big first quarter here. Just as we hang up, ensuing kickoff is return. Noah Mungie for New Prairie. Touchdown return. Extending the lead here. 28-6. 5 seconds now to go in the first quarter.
So this is the first quarter that does not want to end for Lowell.
Does not want it. Lowell can't get out of this one fast enough. It had some success here, but then right after the success, just like Coach asked, what are we going to do? What can they do? Not give up a kickoff return. So we'll see how they come back in the second quarter if we get there. 5 seconds left. 28-6, New Prairie over Lowell.
Hey, Jason, who was the young man that ran the kickoff back?
It was New Prairie's running back, Noah. Correct me, then. Is it
Mungia?
Mungia.
Mung.
Okay.
Yeah, Noah Mung. About 80 yards.
Thank you.
Well, Jason, it seems like you've had a lot of action there. You're just begging to get to the break, and I think that Lowell is as well, because they need the ability to catch their breath.
There was the siren. 1 quarter in the books here in the Inferno. 28-6, New Prairie over Lowell.
All righty. Thank you, Jason. We appreciate it. Give us a call as this game progresses.
Will do.
All right, we'll move from Jason Hill. We'll go to Al Rodriguez with an update from Griffith and Hanover Central. Al, what's going on?
Hey, guys, how's it going? Well, Hanover roughed the kicker. Griffith had a first down, and after that penalty, they kept going backwards. Hanover's defense is just too tough for Griffith. So anyways, Hanover recovered after Griffith stalled. They kicked with 64 yards. It was a pass play from Gannon Kuntz. I'm getting the games mixed up. Kuntz to House on a pretty shovel pass. You know how they kind of flip that forward? He ran 38 yards for a touchdown. So the score is Hanover 28, Griffith 0.
So what is the story right now? Is it Hanover just too overwhelming, or is it Griffith just can't respond?
Griffith can't get a first down. I'm watching them. We got a down player at Hanover. But, I'm watching Griffith really kind of close, and they line up to run, and they look strong up till the ball is snapped and the player gets the ball, because then Hanover just swarms over them. And it's just Hanover's defense is really the strength of their game. They hold teams down, and it's going to be tough to beat them. I'm watching them because, remember, Calumet was supposed to beat them. They didn't. So, anyways, right now it's 28-0.
Has Gannon
second quarter?
Has Gannon House? Does he have 1 or 2 touchdowns?
Gannon House, what's he got? 1 or 2 touchdowns, kid? 1, 2. But he's
1, 2?
down now. Yeah, he's down. He had an injury on his ankle. Waiting to see how. No, I'm sorry. I've got the wrong guy. That's Paisley who's down right now. He's got 2 touchdowns.
All right.
We're watching the players walking off the field gingerly. That's why you're hearing the scattered applause. You know how we motivate people. We applaud for them when they get hurt.
Yep,
Nobody applauded for me when the tree hit me. Anyway.
I'm just glad you're okay, Al.
I am too.
My goodness.
Yeah,
God,
me three. Me also.
Jeez.
All right, Al, one more time. What is the score and time update there?
Score right now is Hanover 28, Griffith 0. 6 minutes, 41 seconds left in the second quarter.
All righty. Thank you much. We appreciate it. Well, looking forward to hearing more from you, Al.
All right. Take care.
All right. Thank you much. All right. So a little bit of breaking news here from Steve Schmidt. Knox 8-0 over West Noble. So that is an update there from the Russ Redkey-led Knox contingent. And so they're leading early there over West Noble. So, Coach, we've had quite a bit of excitement so far this game. What is standing out to you right now?
Well, I really think Lake Central has to be standing out. I know it now. Lafayette Jeff has scored a couple of touchdowns, but it's still 28-14. And the key to this game, as it is to Lake Central's success, is Xavier Williams. He, I believe, has 2 touchdowns on the night, maybe 3. Let me look, but 3. 3 touchdowns on the night. We've talked about Xavier all season. The little bowling ball is just rolling down the field, and this young man has Lake Central on top.
Steve has just given us an update on that score as well. It is 28-20 right now. Lake Central still leading, but is trimmed down to 1 score. It's going to be very interesting to see how this game progresses. Obviously, I was not expecting this game to be this close, let alone with Lake Central in the lead.
That's right.
So we're very excited about this game. A game that is kind of surprising or almost disappointing to me right now is how the New Prairie versus Lowell game is going. I would assume that Lowell has a lot more fight in them than what the scoreboard is showing, but they're in a position where they're going to need to figure it out and fast if they want to have a chance to continue their season.
Yeah, again, we said at the top of the show that Lowell, or at least when the scoring started, Lowell is a second half team. They make adjustments and they play strong in the second half. Riley Bank is obviously, their Superman, as Gary Graben says. He's going to have to put on that costume and, get ready for Halloween, because if he doesn't step up, all right, all his candy is going over to New Prairie.
Right. Speaking of Gary Graben, he's online with an update from Hobart and Highland. Gary, what's going on?
First of all, that's $1 every time you use one of my lines. So stop stealing. The Highland Trojans are hanging tough here. Stevie Salma, we talked about him on the kick return. He's had some great catches also. And on this drive, a beautiful little quick in route from Blake Vanek, I'll get it right, Blake Vanek to Javier Castillo, and he cut inside and beat the whole Hobart secondary 18 yards to the end zone. Extra point is good. It's 14-10 Hobart with 6:58 to go here in the first half.
Gary, this Vanek is very good. Now, you had talked about him having an interception earlier in the game, and I know as one of our players of the week last week, he had 3 touchdowns for East Chicago. He has really come on in the last 4 or 5 games, which probably bodes well for, Highland at this point.
Well, it does. Highland had some quarterback carousel in the middle of the year. I'm not sure if it was because of injury or just playing style, but Blake Vanek has this job now. He's thrown an interception, and he's also intercepted a pass himself, so he's got one on each side of the ledger. But he's very confident, and I will tell you that Highland is spreading the field. They're going with 4 and 5 wide receivers here on these last 2 drives. Almost basically the only running is by Vanek. So they are spreading that Hobart defense out, trying to get a mismatch that they can take advantage of. Because I think the running game was just going to be too clogged. So they've made an adjustment here already. And again, with the 4 out, and sometimes it's the 5th wide receiver in motion, it's a different look here for Highland, not one you see that often, but it seems to be doing something here. And if they can somehow get to the half here at 14-10, they get the ball to start the 3rd quarter.
All right, Gary, one more time. What is the score and time update?
It is 14-10, the Brookies over the Trojans, with 6:15 to go here in the first half.
All right. Thank you, Gary. I appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing more from you. Our phone lines have lit up like Christmas tree right now, or Halloween decorations, or whatever else lights up in the sky. We are going to move on to Dr. Reed Amons on line 4 with an update of Munster versus Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
More things going right for the Pirates. Just to let Wayne know also, that was Peyton Young on the 51-yard fumble recovery for a touchdown. And then he gets into the end zone again on a 23-yard touchdown run when he lines up into the backfield. Also, another touchdown for Justin Marshall, a 61-yard touchdown reception from Jalen Thomas. Once again, so 2 receiving touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown so far here in the first half for Justin Marshall. All those extra points were good. The Pirates are ahead right now, 42-0 over Munster. There's 6:14 to go here in the first half, and the Munster Mustangs also fumbled it again on a kickoff return. So Maryville has the ball back inside the Munster 35-yard line. So all things going the Pirates' way here in the opening half. 42-0, 6:09 to go here in quarter number 2.
Wow! Thank you for getting that touchdown for me. I appreciate it.
So, Dr. Reed, it's safe to say that Maryville has figured it out.
Yeah, right from the start, you could tell that, Maryville, Coach Teach did a good job of refocusing the Pirates here after that tough Chesterton loss a couple weeks ago. They were flying on defense, hard hit. There's been the 1 5-yard penalty, false start on that very opening drive. But other than that, Maryville has done nothing wrong here. I'm not even sure they've even really dropped a pass here in the first half. So it's really looked sharp for the Pirates tonight. They have definitely figured it out.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Reed. One more time, what is the score and time update?
There's 5:35 to go here in the opening half, quarter number 2. Maryville on top, 42-0 over Munster.
All right, thank you. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on. That's Dr. Reed Amons with an update on Munster and Maryville. We're going to move from Dr. Reed to Tommy Williams with an update from Bremen and Lake Station. Tommy, what's going on?
Man, how come I have to follow Reed Amons?
It is a tough act to follow, that's for sure.
That's right, buddy. It is a tough act to follow. That man is awesome. But by the way, you think Munster's having a tough night? How would you like to be Lake Station? They trail 47-0 at the half to Bremen. Ironically, last week, Lake Station had one of their better weeks offensively, leading and beating Knoll 46-7. That's not the case so far tonight. They've only gotten 29 yards total offense for the game. To show you how tough a night it's been for Lake Station, their best play of the day was a kick return late in the second quarter, of which one of the opposing players made a high tackle on the kicker, or I should say kick returner. Well, a lot of us up here felt it was a face mask call, which was not called, and one of the assistant coaches for Lake Station decided to make his comments known to the official, and the official in return decided to give the young man the night off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was not pretty. But bottom line is 47-0 is your halftime score. Bremen, who's averaged 45 points per game the last 30 weeks, putting big numbers on the board, including a pick 6 to add to their total. They've got a 47-0 lead on Lake Station at the half. There is good news, though, guys. There is good news.
What's that?
The Lake Station girls basketball team opens on Tuesday.
All right.
All right.
And you'll be calling the game.
You know, and we'll be there to watch.
All right.
All right. All right.
All right, guys.
Thank you, Tommy. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on. That's Tom. Oh, we cut him off there a little bit there. That's Tommy Williams, the best in the business there. So we're going to go from Tommy Williams to Chuck DeMoss with an update of Taylor and West Central. Chuck, what's going on out there?
Yeah, we just started the third quarter here, guys. I don't know if you got me at halftime, but it was 32-0 at half, and that's still where we stand right now with 8:43 to go in the game.
Spencer Lehman has 2 touchdowns for West Central.
Yes, he got one from 22 yards out and 5 yards out.
All right.
So
and,
Chuck,
Connor Malat got the last one from 32 yards out.
So, Chuck, your earlier update, you were having some phone issues and trying to connect with you was a little difficult. How is West Central doing this?
Well, basically, they're running tonight. I mean, they've only thrown it, I think, 3 times tonight, maybe 4 times. It's 2 out of 4. But, yeah, they're just running the ball. The biggest story tonight is West Central's fullback, Jacob Perlarski, got hurt on his first run. He ran over 27 yards. He came out of the game, and I'm hearing it's a collarbone, but I'm not positive.
Ooh.
That's not good. That's not good.
No, it's really, I mean, he's their power fullback, and it really shows they're missing him tonight with those power runs up the middle.
So, Chuck, what is Taylor, how come Taylor is not putting up as much of a fight this game?
Well, you know, I only see about 18 guys on the sideline.
Okay.
They've had 2 first downs all night long. They just having trouble running the ball. They haven't completed a pass. He's 0 for 12 for passing. So they're just really, really struggling tonight against a better team.
All righty. I appreciate the update, Chuck. One more time, what is the score and time update there?
We have 7:35 to go in the fourth quarter. West Central is up 32-0 over Taylor.
All righty. Thank you, Chuck. We appreciate the update. Give us a call as this winds down.
Yeah, when we go final, I'll give you a buzz.
Thank you, Chuck. I appreciate it. So we're going to move from Chuck DeMoss to Al Rodriguez with an update of Griffith and Hanover. Al, what's going on out there?
Well, Griffith tried to mount a drive. They couldn't get anything going, so they had to kick. Unfortunately, the snap was over the kicker's head, so Hanover recovered the ball on the 13-yard line. 2 plays later, Barracoons ran it in for a 3-yard touchdown. Right now, the score is Hanover 35, Griffith nothing, 0. A little over 4 minutes left in the second quarter.
So, Al, everything is going Hanover's way. Is there anything they have done wrong this game?
Oh, gosh, you know, they look good. The first drive, very first drive, Griffith looked strong. They were moving the ball. But after that, it's been a totally Hanover dominant game. They're just pushing back the offensive line and grabbing the runners as soon as they get the ball. Sometimes I think they're going to grab the runner before he gets the ball. But it's going downhill for Griffith. It's really, you know, it's just, I don't know how to explain it. I'm watching them. They're losing yardage. They're losing the ball. I think Hanover just recovered a fumble. If they did, it's on the 30-yard line. Yep, Hanover's waving and got a fumble.
My goodness.
Hey, I got a question.
Yeah.
Does anybody, we're trying to catch the Andrean score. Does anybody know?
We're doing an update right now.
I think it's still tied 0-0 at the half.
Actually, it's 7-0 Andrean now.
Oh, 7-0 Andrean.
7-0 Andrean?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Hey, yeah, Hanover recovered, so they've got the ball at about 28-yard line.
All right. Thank you, Al. I appreciate it. One more time, the score update.
Right now, the score is Hanover 35, Griffith 0, 3-3-3 left in the second quarter.
All righty. Thank you, Al. I appreciate it. We're going to go from Al Rodriguez and a little bit of a spoiler alert from Andrew Johnson there with an update. Gary Schultz with the Andrean versus LaVille game. Gary, what's going on?
7 minutes and 30 seconds left in the third quarter. It is actually...
Gary, you there?
Well, it was 6-0. Andrian, I believe, just got a safety. I didn't quite... yes, I believe Andrian got a safety, and it's now 8-0.
8-0, Andrian versus LaVille. So, Gary, how did Andrian score their touchdown?
LaVille got the opening kickoff, drove to their 31. High snap when they went to punt. Andrian got a hand on it. They recovered it at the LaVille 42. And then in 3 consecutive running plays by Derek Bowen, they got it into the end zone.
So Drake Bowen scored a touchdown. How far was that touchdown?
The touchdown was a 6-yard run, but he had a 27-yard run just before that.
Okay, so heavy doses of Drake Bowen, it sounds like.
Yes, that's what they're getting.
So now it's 8-0 Andrean. How has LaVille's offense looked against Andrean's defense?
They seem to be moving the ball a little bit, but they've only had about 4 or 5 first downs. They've moved it a little more here towards the end of the first half and then started this quarter than they did earlier on.
Well, Gary, it sounds like you have a doozy on your hands there. Coach, do you have anything you want to add for Gary here?
No, but I do think that, Andrean, this is in the third quarter, so Andrean has an 8-0 lead. And it sounds like, Gary, that Andrean's defense has come to play.
Yes, they have. They've been doing really good. They only had 1 large running play against them. Other than that, they've been doing real good.
All righty, Gary, one more time. What is the score and time update, please?
All right. 7:19 in the third quarter. Andrian 8, LaVille 0.
All righty. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
All righty.
All right. The action is making me tired here, so I'm going to need to take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
States are passing new laws targeting election crimes.
I want to see arrests. I want to see perp walks.
Creating new offenses and harsher punishments.
I frankly don't want to see her get a slap on the wrist. I think minimum, she should be locked up until after this election.
Inside the hunt for a problem that doesn't exist. On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
You know those times it seems like the whole world knows something that you don't?
I'd never heard of the periodic table.
One day his wife told him he was a mammal.
Of course I'm not a mammal.
Well, on the next Radio Lab,
that was a shocker.
We fill in the gaps.
I became good at bluffing.
So you don't have to bluff.
Stroking my chin in a way I hope would look like a wise chap.
Asking the questions you never got a chance to ask.
Seeing the richness of the world around you.
Stupid questions on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
In the days before Roe v. Wade, a young suburban mother faces a life or death decision: go forward with a pregnancy or possibly die. That's the premise of the new film Call Jane, starring Elizabeth Banks.
For me, it was just making sure that we presented abortion in its reality.
We'll talk about it on the next All Things Considered from NPR News. Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All.
I'm Jesse Thorne. On the next Bullseye, our annual Halloween Spectacular. We'll interview Anna Fabrega from Los Spookies, Monet Exchange from Drag Race, and the great R.L. Stein, creator of Goosebumps.
You know, I don't really get too deep into the real fears. It's a lot safer to do a dummy coming to life.
That's on the next Bullseye for MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
You're listening to 89.1 FM, Lakeshore Public Radio. Listener-supported public radio in Northwest Indiana. WLPR FM Lowell.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
Ben Kolodzinski back at you with all of your Northwest Indiana football action. We have an action-packed game here with Jason Hill with an update of New Prairie at Lowell. Jason, what's going on?
Very quiet second quarter. We got about 4 minutes to go till halftime. It is now 35-6 New Prairie over Lowell. Teams exchanged a punt, and then New Prairie had a couple of penalties called on them, which seemed to ignite a fire. Quarterback rolling out for the crucial receivers there, threw a very nice ball. I think our cameraman got that, so you're going to make sure you want to check that tonight. Very nice adjustment by the wide receiver who was running along out, turning upfield, and a very nice throw by the quarterback for New Prairie, connecting on about a 40-yard touchdown to extend this lead now. 3:22 to go in the first half. It is 35 for New Prairie and 6 for Lowell.
Jason, do you think Lowell has what it takes to kind of chip away and come back here?
You know, it's football. It's high school sports. You know, you're talking. That's a tough question. Is it fair to say that this one's over, down 29 at half? I mean, close. Does Lowell have what it takes? Yes. Can they pull it together? That's a different question.
That's a fair way of putting that.
You have Riley Bank back there. You have Owen Thiel back there. You know, you have athletes. You have a great coaching staff that gets ready for so many big games year in and year out. Yes, they have what it takes. Can they? We'll see if tonight's their night. New Prairie's in control right now, and judging by the speed of Noah Mungie, this young man is fast. He is fast, and the strength of this New Prairie line, both offensively and defensively, just kind of taking control of this one. You know, if you're a Lowell fan, you hate to come to the realization that, you know, this is a running team who's been scoring via the pass here in the first half.
Right.
If they get the ball and start handing it off, this is going to be a fast second half if Lowell can't string a drive or two together to slow it down.
They got to get some points on the board, too. So,
sure.
One more time, Jason, what is the score and time update, please?
It is 35-6, New Prairie over Lowell. 3 minutes to go in the first half.
All righty, thank you. That was Jason Hill with an update of New Prairie at Lowell. And with that score, we're going to go ahead and get a scoreboard update with Steve Schmidt.
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
Well, what's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. Pretty interesting games going on here around the region for the sectional semifinals. So let's see what's going on. 6A Sectional 1, Crown Point at Portage. Midway through the second quarter, Portage has a 7-6 lead. They got the scoring started on a Cody Young 9-yard touchdown pass to Colton Wilkie. J.J. Johnson for the Bulldogs ran one in from 9 yards out, but the extra point was no good. Lake Central at Lafayette Jeff. Lake Central got off to a quick start, going up 21-7 at the end of the first quarter. But now in the third quarter, it's all evened up, 28 apiece. Xavier Williams, 3 touchdowns for the Indians. 5A Sectional 9, Munster at Maryville. Last update was at in the first quarter towards the end, 28-0 Pirates. Hammond Central at Hammond Morton for the Battle of Hammond, the second installment of it. This one's been back and forth. Morton got scoring started 6-0 on a Freddie Brown 2-yard touchdown run. And the teams have alternated touchdowns. The Wolves, Jordan Woods, 37-yard touchdown pass to Deshaun Woods, put the Wolves up 7-6. Morton then responds on a Dontrell Harris 2-yard touchdown run. And then the Wolves responded on an Akeem Harrington 1-yard touchdown run. And that score sits 13-12 Wolves second quarter. 5A Sectional 10, Valpo at LaPorte. Valpo has a 14-3 lead. Thomas Berta with a 13-yard touchdown run to get the scoring started. The Slicers answered with a 32-yard field goal by Jack Doty, and then Justin Clark with a 5-yard run. Chesterton at Michigan City in the second quarter. Chesterton has a 28-7 lead. Brady McCormick 3 touchdowns for the Trojans. 4A Sectional 17, you just heard this one from Jason. New Prairie has a 35-6 lead over Lowell. Hobart at Highland in the second quarter. Hobart has a 14-10 lead over the Trojans. Trey Gibson with a pair of 1-yard touchdown runs. 3A Sectional 25, second quarter of West Lafayette and Calumet. West Lafayette has a 36-0 lead. Griffith at Hanover Central, second quarter. This one's all Hanover Central, 42-0. Matt Kuntz has accounted for 5 of the 6 touchdowns for the Wildcats. 2A Sectional 33, Andrean at LaVille. Third quarter, Andrean has an 8-0 lead. Drake Bowen had a 5-yard touchdown run, and then they capitalized on a safety. Bremen at Lake Station at the half. Bremen has a 47-0 lead. 1A Sectional 41, South Central at Culver Community. Second quarter, Culver has a 42-0 lead over the Satellites. Triton at North Judson at the half. This one's all tied up at 6 apiece. And the final game here in sectional 43 in Class 1A, Taylor at West Central. The end of 3. West Central's up 32-0. Ben, back to you.
All right, thank you, Steve. This is Ben Kolzinski here. Steve Schmidt, you're going to stick around here for a little bit for this next section. We're going to have Andrew Johnson joining us as well. But before they join us, we're going to go to Reed Amons with an update from Munster and Maryville. Reed, what's going on?
Yeah, this game's gone to halftime. Maryville out to a very comfortable 49-0 lead here at halftime. Pretty much whatever the Pirates wanted to do in the first half, they were able to do it. Their offense looked really good, very efficient, both running the ball and throwing the ball. The defense picked up, I believe, 4 fumbles from Munster that hit the ground, and Maryville was able to capitalize on some turnovers as well. But Maryville out to a 49-0 lead. Most of the starters did not see action in the second half of the second quarter, and I don't expect to see too many starters out here in the second half with a running clock here going into the second half.
I tend to agree with you, Reed. At this point, you want to stay healthy and not lose any of your heavy, starting type players, your star players. What does Maryville take away from this game from an improvement standpoint?
Well, I mentioned it earlier, but I'll tell you that Coach Teach did a terrific job here in the bye week of refocusing his team for the playoff run. Right from the get-go, they were hitting Munster very hard defensively. Their blocks were good on the front line offensively, and connected on some nice passes early on, ran the ball efficiently. So I would say Maryville did an excellent job of being refocused, paying very good attention to detail. They only had 2 penalties here in the first half. I don't think they dropped a pass in the first half, but they looked really good, very efficient, and was faster, probably bigger, and stronger than Munster here in the first half. So I think they're definitely on the right track for a deep playoff run again.
Now, Reed, you've watched a lot of high school football over these years. What does Munster need to do in the second half to have a little bit of good feeling about how this game went?
Yeah, they want to move the ball. They do want to get into the end zone at least once, maybe once each quarter. That'll be a little bit more difficult with the running clock. But, yeah, they want to put something together, have some positive plays offensively. Defensively, they do want to keep Maryville out of the end zone. They were able to get a fumble, a recovery right before halftime. Maryville had the ball and snapped it over the quarterback's head, which is not completely unexpected when you have maybe the second team players out there getting their first sectional action in their careers. And then Munster was able to get that fumble recovery. So they want to stop Maryville from scoring. Right now, as a coach, you're telling your team on the Munster side, keep them out of the end zone. They have 49 points here at halftime, but make sure that they only have 49 at the end of the game. And let's put the ball in the end zone once or twice and come out with at least a positive taste here in the second half.
All right, Dr. Reed, thank you for the update. One more time, what is the score at half?
Right now we have Maryville on top of Munster, 49-0. We're at halftime. There's about 9 minutes here before we get action started in the second half, and then running clock in the second half.
All right, thanks, Dr. Reed. Give us a call in third quarter.
Sounds good.
I appreciate it. That was Dr. Reed Amons with an update on Munster versus Maryville. Maryville all over Munster early. Steve, you were a coach, or you are a coach. What do you say to your kids when you were being beaten so soundly like Munster is right now?
At this point, I think that Munster just needs to go back to what they're good at. We know that they like to run the option offense, and not a lot of teams run that outside of Crown Point in this region. So for Munster, if I was their head coach, I would just say, hey, let's just get back to the basics. Let's work on getting 3 to 4 yards every play, work down the field, and see what we can do.
So one thing that I always look at this time of year when you're winning big is that you don't want to get any injuries. You don't get anything like that. Andrew, what do you think, if you were coaching Maryville, is considered a success in the second half?
Honestly, I just would put in, your entire starting lineup, take out your entire starting lineup, put in your JV team, and just see what they can do against Munster's team. If Munster keeps the first team in as well, they might pull the stars as well, and just go, hey,
right.
You guys gave a valiant effort, but we're going to let you guys sit out the rest of the game because why let you guys get injured going into other sports throughout the winter and spring?
So I tend to agree with you, both of you, in this regards. For me, this is how I would see it on both sides. If I'm Maryville, I'm pulling my starters. But I am putting in seniors who are not necessarily starters. This could potentially be their last opportunity to play in a sectional game, a postseason game, and you know that things are going your way. If I am Munster right now, let's be honest with ourselves. Munster's going to have a tough time outscoring Maryville by 49 in the second half with the running clock. Let's just be honest with ourselves here. So I think at this point, Munster needs to put in their seniors. This is the last time they're strapping on these helmets. This is the last time they're lacing up those cleats. Let them get some opportunities, and let these upperclassmen and the key underclassmen that need experience, because it is a big deal to play in a sectional game. And I know that I was blessed. I had an opportunity to play in many sectional games, but some people in my graduating class only got an opportunity to play in a few because they were behind some other folks. So you need to get that experience and let that go here, going in the right direction. So we've got an update here. We've got Gary Schultz with an update from the Andrean LaVille game. Gary, what's going on out there?
With 17 seconds left in the third quarter, it is Andrean 8, LaVille 6.
Oh, so LaVille scored a touchdown here. How'd that play go down?
They intercepted the ball and ran it back to the Andrean 36. They completed their first pass of the night for 35 yards down to the one, and then they punched it in from there.
And how'd the point after touchdown was no good?
Well, they went for two, and they didn't make it.
And it was stuffed. Okay. So, Gary, what is the key for Andrean or LaVille for the rest of this game?
Andrean just got to finish off what they've been starting. They've had excellent field position this quarter. They started on their own, or on LaVille 42 and scored a touchdown. They started on the LaVille 48 and were forced to punt, and then they started on their own 46 and ended up throwing an interception. So they've had good field possession. They're just not finishing it off.
Well, Gary, it seems like you've got a barn burner there. Keep us up to speed on how this game is going. If you could, please, one more time, what is the score and time update, please?
At the end of the third quarter, Andrean 8, LaVille 6.
All righty. We're going to looking forward to hearing more from you, Gary, as we go forward there. Please give us a call back once more action comes.
I definitely will.
All righty. We're going to go from Gary Schultz to Gary Graben with an update of Hobart and Highland. Gary, how's it going out there?
We have reached the half, and there were some decisions right before the half where I think coaches get gray hair. Hobart was on their own 25-yard line with a 3rd and 6. The clock running. Highland called a timeout. On the next play, Hobart threw a pass that got within an inch of a first down. Another timeout called by Highland. Hobart went for a 4th down and an inch in their own territory with just over a minute to play. They made it. Then they drove deep into into Highland territory, but eventually were bogged down and had to punt. But some dangerous decisions going for 4th down in your own end and calling the timeouts. I thought Coach Koulianos might have been happy just getting into the locker room at 14-10, but he tried to get a little extra scoring here. In the end, nothing changed. It's 14-10, Hobart over Highland, as we have reached the half.
Gary, you've got kind of a barn burner going on here. This is a pretty good game.
It is a really good game. I'm very impressed with Highland is making adjustments during the game here. We've talked about this, that on their last, the possession before that one that Hobart had that went deep that didn't have any points, they ran the ball out of their own 11, and they killed off about 4.5 minutes of clock getting all the way into the Hobart side of the field. And they did that without the 5-out set. So their offensive schemes and sets here are, I think, a little confusing to Hobart right now. And there are two words that I've heard yelled from the Hobart sideline multiple times in the first half, and those were "wake up." So, when coaches are yelling "wake up," that they're not happy with the effort and the focus. So, again, I think Hobart got way more than they were expecting, and frankly, way more than I thought I was going to see in this first half. Because this was a half where Highland was able to do some things, prove that they can hang on the field here. And again, they get the ball to start the second half. So it's going to be a critical possession to start that second half. I don't think Highland can fall behind by 2 scores. I think that that might be a little much, so they got to stay in striking range. And then we know in the fourth quarter where all the pressure would be if they're close.
That's right. All right, Gary, one more time. What is the halftime score there?
It is halftime here at Trojan Field, and it is 14-10, Hobart over Highland.
All right. Thank you, Gary Graben. We appreciate it. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
You got it.
All right, we'll go from Gary Graben to Jason Hill with an update at New Prairie at Lowell. Jason, what's going on out there?
We are about 2 seconds away from halftime here. It is 42-6 now, New Prairie over Lowell. Long drive there for New Prairie, capped off by an 8-yard pitch and catch. That's Noah Mungy's second or third touchdown of the night. 8 yards via pass, extending the lead, 42-6. 2 seconds to go right before half.
So, Jason, what do you consider would be a victory for Lowell in the second half?
String a drive together. Right now, body language, they look defeated. You don't really come to the Inferno and watch a Lowell team jog slowly into their locker room. Like I'm seeing right now, your body language on the field here is just not very good. Kind of got punched in the mouth early a couple of times, couldn't respond when they had opportunities to. They've been able to move the ball a little bit here and there, but being able to string something together consistently has been a struggle tonight for Lowell. And, second half, you are starting with the ball. So, literally the ball is in your court. You can start off running your couple of go-to plays, get your playmakers involved, and see if you can get something positive. And then from there, you're just looking on small things to build on throughout the rest of this game. Can we get some points on the board? We'll start there. But stringing 2-3 first downs together would be huge. You're down 36 at half. What do you say here, Coach?
Yeah, I mean, what can you say at that point? And it's obviously a lopsided game right now, but Lowell has some firepower in them. They can get this game kind of back into firing or shooting range if a couple things go their way. I know they're down by 36 at half. Is that what it is? 36, and
there's no doubt that the Lowell Red Devils are going to come out and play hard.
Sure.
There's no doubt that Coach Comer and his staff are gonna coach them to the final buzzer. And these boys here, they put in way too much. I've spent some time down here coaching basketball and have seen this coaching staff, and these athletes in this program that's here. There's no doubt that they're going to play hard here, but a tall task to ask
sure.
of any. So halftime here in Lowell, 42-6. New Prairie leads this one, full control.
All righty. Thank you, Jason. We appreciate it. Give us a call in third quarter, please.
All righty, guys.
All right, thank you much. That was Jason Hill with an update from New Prairie at Lowell. We're going to go from Jason Hill to Russell Brodiker with an update from Chesterton at Michigan City. Russell, what's going on out there?
Howdy, guys. Well, it was a really exciting second half. We just concluded, so we are in halftime right now. But, Chesterton went McCormick to Wheeling a couple times. They did it first for a touchdown, did it right back again for the 2-point conversion. And then also, I've been seeing a lot of good things out of Lewis. He went off on a 40-yard gain off the Wildcat. They started working that into their play up to get him up to the red zone and then kind of throwing darts there. Score right now is 28-20, so Michigan City has been battling back. They got that goose egg off, and once they did, they really started running downhill. DeAndre Bush to number 84 Collier for 1 touchdown. McCormick did a 19-yard run. See Bush to Bell for a touchdown, and Bush to Coleman for a 2-yard run. So a lot of action here for that second quarter.
Russell, it seems like this game is getting pretty tight, actually. What is Michigan City doing to stay in this one?
Honestly, they did not let that goose egg detour them. Once they scored that first touchdown, it really sparked them up, and they realized there was a lot of time left on that clock. So they just kind of really, I think what's been helping them the most is their passing game. Bush has just been throwing some dimes down the field, and honestly, Collier is just, catching a few. There has been a couple drop passes in the end zone, but they quickly battled back on that one and rushed one in for a touchdown. So they're being dynamic, but they're definitely utilizing their pass game.
All righty, thanks, Russell. One more time, what is the score and time update, please?
It is the end of the first half, 28-20, Chesterton.
And who gets the ball after half? I forgot to ask you that.
That is a good question, guys. I don't know on top of my head. I will be back with
That's
you.
Okay.
That's okay.
You know what's great about that question? You will know as soon as they kick off for the second half.
Yes, sir. And as soon as I know, you guys know. I'll talk to you later.
Sounds good. I appreciate it. Give us a call in third quarter. Thanks, Russell.
Sure.
Appreciate it. So quite a bit of excitement here. I'm going to go ahead and actually continue this conversation a little bit. What is surprising you right now, Steve, for this game or this Friday night? What's surprising you right now?
Of all the games?
Of all the games.
Oh, I'm so glad you asked me that, Ben.
All right, what do we got?
Crown Point and Portage.
What do we got?
Halftime 14-6 Portage.
Wow.
J.J. Johnson's been intercepted twice in the second quarter.
My goodness. Wow. So 14-6?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness. That's incredible. That would be a monumental upset. Andrew, what is your surprise right now?
I got to go with that. With Steve's answer, with
Sure.
Crown Point losing to Portage at the half right now, the way that we've seen Crown Point play this season, this is a huge surprise. I mean, especially they dominated Portage last time they met earlier in the season, 42-7.
Right. This is where that bye week comes in. Is it better to be rested or rusted? And right now, it appears there might be a little bit of rust for Crown Point.
Lots of penalties too for the Bulldogs.
Right, and that's uncharacteristic of that team. For me right now, it is the lopsided nature of the New Prairie versus Lowell game. I did believe that New Prairie was the favorite in this game, but I was thinking more like 2 scores type of favorites.
Right.
There's 36-point differential here at halftime. That is a huge lopsided differential. And for if any team has the pride and the toughness to continue to fight, even though the chips are against them, it is the Lowell Red Devils.
Yeah, if anything, this really tells us how good this New Prairie team is. We've seen how good Lowell's been playing the last couple of weeks, especially ending the regular season with the victory against André, carrying it into the playoffs here. I mean, that tells us a lot about this New Prairie team.
It does. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Are the protests in Iran a prelude to revolution?
Every revolution is just a protest before the moment that the regime topples.
We'll hear from one young Iranian who's been in those demonstrations. Also Cameron Crowe on Bringing Almost Famous to Broadway. A look at Arizona's gubernatorial race, those stories, and all the latest news Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Halloween means the arrival of one giant spooky pop-up, Spirit Halloween. And some see it as a bad omen for the shopping centers it inhabits.
It just sits over the deathbed of the American Mall, takes advantage of it a little bit, helps keep it alive a little bit. It's kind of doing both.
The history of Spirit Halloween and what it says about the future of retail. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
The twilight, the dawn, the inhale right before, and the out-breath after. The time when the curtain between our side and theirs falls away. On the next Snap Judgment, our spooked Halloween special. The in-between space. Snap Judgment. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
And then my phone rang, and it was Sister Iris.
And she said to me, Andre, I hear voices. I said, so do I. I said, what do your voices say to you? She said, they just call my name.
Join us next time for stories about guiding lights on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
Hey, we are back, and boy, do we have some great games today, I'll tell you. But we have some great sponsors also. We want to thank Pepe's for taking care of us tonight. Boy, they had just excellent tacos, and they went very quickly. Located at 260 East 84th Drive in Maryville, and serving our community for 43 years. Now, gentlemen, I know that. 43 years? Because I've been married 45. So, hey, I'll tell you right now, that's a long time. Pepe's is a full-service restaurant with a large dining room, lounge, and patio areas available for patrons. And the Espinazo family, the owners of Pepe's in Maryville, would like to wish all our local teams the best of luck. And Andrew, who do you got?
We would also like to thank NIPSCO, because without them, you wouldn't even be able to hear us on the radio, because we couldn't broadcast, and you wouldn't be able to plug in your radio.
That's right. They have been with us all the way through these games and for years, and we really appreciate their support. They understand that local programming and local sports are very important in this area. You can turn to Chicago television and watch the big games in college and football, but local programming and making kids, or at least recognizing kids and their success, is what NIPSCO helps us to do, and that's a good job, Andrew. All right, we're going to come in with Steve Schmidt, who's going to give us a scoreboard update. Steve?
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
Well, what's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. Just about all these games in the region are at the half, so let's see what's going on here on sectional semifinal night. 6A Sectional 1, we have a potential upset brewing here in Crown Point and Portage at the half. Portage has a 14-6 lead. They got the scoring started on a 9-yard touchdown pass by Cody Young to Colton Wilkie. The Bulldogs responded with a 9-yard touchdown run by J.J. Johnson, but then an interception led the Indians down the field with a Terrell Kraft 29-yard touchdown run. Lake Central at Lafayette. Jeff, this one's been entertaining throughout. Lake Central got out to a 21-7 lead behind Xavier Williams' touchdown, 2 touchdowns in the first quarter. We now go to overtime, 28-all. Lafayette Jeff had a chance to take the lead and potentially win the game there late in the fourth, but Lake Central broke through and blocked the kick attempt, so here we are in overtime. 5A Sectional 9, Munster at Maryville. This one's all Pirates tonight at the half, 49-0 Maryville. Second installment for the Battle of Hammond Central and Hammond Morton at the half. Hammond Central has a 13-12 lead. 5A Sectional 10, Valpo at LaPorte at the half. Valpo has a 14-3 lead. Thomas Berta and Justin Clark with the touchdowns for the Vikings. Jack Doty with a 32-yard field goal for the Slicers. Chesterton at Michigan City. Michigan City's put together a second quarter comeback at the half. It's 28-20 Chesterton. 4A Sectional 17 at the half. New Prairie has opened up a 42-6 lead over the Red Devils. Hobart at Highland at the half. It's 14-10 Hobart. Trey Gibson with a pair of 1-yard touchdown runs for the Brickies. 3A Sectional 25 second quarter. West Lafayette and Calumet. It's 43-0 West Lafayette. Griffith at Hanover Central at the half. Hanover Central has a 42-0 lead. Of their 6 touchdowns, Matt Coons has accounted for 5 of them. 2A Sectional 33, this has been a great game throughout, and we expected that. Andrean and LaVille. In the fourth quarter, Andrean has an 8-6 lead. Drake Bone had a 5-yard touchdown run in the third quarter. Then the very next drive, a safety made it 8-0 Andrean, but then DeWitt for LaVille had a 1-yard run and making an 8-6 ball game. Bremen at Lake Station at the half. Bremen has a 47-0 lead. 1A Sectional 41 South Central at Culver Community in the second quarter was the last update. It was 42-0 Culver Community. Triton at North Judson, last update there was at the half, and it was 6-6. And the final one here in Sectional 43 Class 1A at the end of the third quarter in the Taylor and West Central game, it was 32-0 West Central. Wayne, back to you.
All right. Thanks, Steve. Could you give me that? What is the Hobart Highland?
14-10 Hobart.
Still 14-10, and New Prairie 42-16.
42-6.
6. Wow. Okay.
Just got an update here from Lake Central Athletics on Twitter. Lafayette Jeff scores on the first play of overtime, 34-28, extra point pending.
Wow. 34-28. Okay. Wow, that's Lake Central had one heck of a run here.
Yeah.
Now 34-28 at this point.
Currently, yep, waiting for the extra point. Regardless of what happens in this game, this is a huge step in the right direction for Lake Central.
Yeah, it sure is. In the Xavier Williams, we've talked, Andrew, about him all season long, and boy, he's just a stud. He had 3 touchdowns so far. I'm really surprised. I'm certainly hoping that Lake Central wins this game, but to come back like that and really, Jeff, we talked about being a really good team, and boy, to take this thing into overtime is really something. Steve, what is your surprise tonight?
Well, we talked a little bit about this last segment, the Crown Point and Portage game. Just, it's shocking to say the least. Portage 14-6, and everything that I'm seeing on Twitter, this has just been a Portage-dominated game. They're controlling the clock, and when Crown Point has the ball, Crown Point's beating themselves up, putting themselves in 3rd and long, forcing Johnson to go downfield, and he already thrown 2 interceptions in this game.
Well, that could be the key there, the 2 interception, the turnovers there. I wouldn't, I don't think anybody in the area would have picked this, but this is a game where, that we've talked about that, you got nothing to lose. Portage, you come into the season here, into the sectional play, and you haven't had the greatest season, and this is a way, and I'm sure Coach Bazia at the half here, and it's at the half here, I'm sure Coach Bazia is in that locker room just livid with the idea that, they're not playing as well. They don't. How many times have they had 2 interceptions? Right there. You got to give a lot of credit to Portage, a lot of credit. But this is a surprise. Andrew, what do you think your surprise is?
My surprise of the night is the same as Steve's. It's Portage and just taking the lead over Maryville. And also a pleasant surprise of the night is Morton playing well against Hammond Central right now. Even though they're down by 2 at the half, they're still playing. They're keeping it close, which for that program this season is huge.
Yeah, Steve?
Just got an update here on Lake Central. Lafayette Jeff from LC Athletics on Twitter. Game's over. Lake Central turns it over, 34-28. Lafayette Jeff survives and advances.
Oh. Well, we salute Lake Central. There's no doubt about it. That is a huge loss. They had a nice lead, but Lafayette Jeff is a 9-2 team, and they are good. There's no doubt about it. All right, so when we look down the road here, Chesterton and Michigan City is starting to close. Chesterton's up 28-20.
Yeah, 28-20. This one, at the end of one, was 13-0 Trojans, but then they opened up a 28-7 lead in the second quarter, and all things right there looking in favor of the Trojans again. But, I mean, this is what we expect out of Michigan City in the playoffs, honestly. Tyler Bush, when it was 28-7, Bush had a 66-yard touchdown pass to Cam Bell. And then Derek Coleman with a 2-yard touchdown run. I mean, Michigan City, if they can do this in the second half, I mean, they could upset Chesterton, because Chesterton, I think, would be a favorite in this one.
I totally agree. They'd be my favorite, I tell you. Andrew, how surprised are you at the New Prairie score? And that is, what is that,
42-6 New Prairie.
We were talking about that a little bit with Ben, and he said, and I kind of echo his sentiments, we expected it, I kind of expected New Prairie to win because they are one of the favorites in the whole class to get to state, if not win state. But I thought Lowell would keep it a little bit closer. Like, I expected maybe a 14-21 point deficit, but this big of a deficit is definitely a big surprise for me.
Yeah, that really, me too. I agree with you. I would take it maybe 2 touchdowns apart, but, this is big. Steve, the Hobart Highland is still 14-10. Highland is playing with them.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Highland do this with Lowell, too. I mean, if it wasn't for a couple mistakes late, that could have been a Highland victory right there. So Hobart cannot just overlook them thinking, okay, it's a four-point lead at the half. Obviously, they need to put something together offensively, talk about the Brickies here. But they cannot think when they're on defense that it's going to be smooth sailing necessarily because, I mean, this Highland team has shown toughness all season.
Yep. Andrew, do we have somebody online?
Yes, we have Al Rodriguez calling in with another Hanover and Griffith update.
Al, are you there?
Yes, I am. How are you guys doing today?
Oh, fantastic.
Hey, we got a little bit of an update. Griffith did score. We started the running clock. We've got 2 minutes left in the third quarter. The score right now with 2 minutes left is Hanover 42, Griffith 7.
Has Hanover, Al, gone to some of their younger players right now?
Yes, they started the third quarter with their younger players, as you said, yes. And that's when Griffith started to mount drive. Hanover's first drive stalled because, well, they got young players out there not running the right routes. And you could see the blocking is not what it was in the first half. And Griffith took advantage of that and marched down the field and scored on a 14-yard pass.
First it said Wildcat.
Good.
So we have a minute left, minute 28 left. We have a running clock, as you know, and it's Hanover 42, Griffith 7.
All right, Al. Call us when this thing goes final.
All right, will do. Take care.
Thanks, Al. Okay, we have anybody else online?
That's it.
No,
Right
okay,
now.
so Steve, Hobart and Highland. We were talking about that one. You got to give a lot of credit to Highland here.
Yeah.
They started to really put the games together. I like this young quarterback I think he's a junior for Highland, and he's really played well. The last 3 games or 4 games. In Highland, you were saying, Steve, that Highland went to kind of a spread offense. They must have seen something with the Hobart defensive backs that they liked in trying to get as many receivers they can as opposed to running the ball, which they weren't moving it much.
Yeah, I mean, that's just something you have to do this time of the year. You play a good team like Hobart, you have to have a lot of stuff go your way. So if it's something as simple as that, it's just making a little that's not simple, obviously, but a formation change this deep in the season. If that's what's going to propel this Highland Trojans team, that could be the hallmark of their success here.
Yep. And Andrew, West Lafayette, what is it, 43 zip?
Yeah, 43-0.
Does that surprise you?
Not one bit. Gotta admit, they had a heck of a season. Their best season in program history fell to Hanover in the conference, decide the conference championship, but them losing to probably the top team in 3A, not a big surprise at all.
And what surprised me is the way they lost to Hanover. You had to look at the next game here. Now they won, but in this semifinal, West Lafayette is just an outstanding program. And Calumet could not play the same way that they did against Hanover. No. And they certainly seem to have done that. Steve?
It's going to shape up to be a great next week in the sectional championship.
What is Hanover ranked in relation to West Lafayette right now in that poll?
I think West Lafayette's first, and
I think
Hanover
is Hanover's 6th.
Yeah,
okay.
6th. Yeah.
In the coaches poll.
Right.
But that's going to shape up to be a great sectional championship game next week. If I'm not here, I call in sick. I'm there.
Okay. Well, maybe you could do it on a field thing and do that report. The other game that is surprising. There's 2 of them really. One is the Triton and Judson 6-6. Now Judson, didn't pound Triton earlier in the season, but they beat them. All right, I think it was a couple touchdowns. So at this point, with a 6-6 game at half, Judson, can't let Triton stick around to that fourth quarter.
Right. I mean, this was earlier in the season when they played. This game went to overtime, and these 2 teams are evenly matched. No, Judson's not afraid to play these good teams. That's who they want to play, and I'm not necessarily surprised at this, and that's going to come down to looking at the Andre and LaVille game too as a reference point. I mean, it's just going to come down to whoever makes the first mistake might lose.
I agree. Andrean 8, LaVille 6, and
speaking of that game, we have an update from Gary Schultz with an update from that game. Gary, what's going on out there?
With 4:11 left in the game, Andrian has gone ahead 15-6.
15-6. So Andrian scored a touchdown. What happened on that play?
Andrian intercepted the ball on the LaVille 20 or 40, ran it back to the 20. 2 consecutive running plays by Drake Bowen, and they were in the end zone.
And did Drake score the touchdown?
Yes, he did.
All right.
So, Gary, there's 4 minutes left in this game. Does LaVille have the offense to put a little bit of a scare here into Andrian?
I really don't believe so. They really don't have much of a passing offense. I think they completed 1 pass all night.
So just one pass all night.
And LaVille just fumbled the kickoff, and Andrian pounced on it.
Oh, my goodness. So
yes.
Andrian already up 2 scores at this point because of the safety earlier in the game. So now Andrian has the ball up 2 scores. What's the yard line do they have the ball at, Gary?
Looks like it's on the LaVille 15.
All right, so Andrian is not going to milk a lot of clock on this drive, I'd imagine. However, they have the opportunity to blow this game wide open and potentially make it a 3-score game.
Yes, they do.
So, Gary, we really appreciate your updates. What do you think has been the key for Andrian to this point?
Basically, Drake Bowen has been the key to his running ability. They just can't consistently stop him. And he's like any other good running back. The later in the game he gets, the harder it gets to stop him.
And he is a big, strong, and fast individual. Gary, we really appreciate your update on this. Give us a call back at the next score, and we'll see where we're at.
All righty.
All right, thank you, Gary. Appreciate it. So with 4 minutes to go in the game, it is Andrian 15 and LaVille 6. But we've got a quick break here on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, the Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
States are passing new laws targeting election crimes.
I want to see arrests. I want to see perp walks.
Creating new offenses and harsher punishments.
I frankly don't want to see her get a slap on the wrist. I think minimum, she should be locked up until after this election.
Inside the hunt for a problem that doesn't exist. On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
You know those times it seems like the whole world knows something that you don't?
I'd never heard of the periodic table.
One day his wife told him he was a mammal.
Of course I'm not a mammal.
Well, on the next Radio Lab,
that was a shocker.
We fill in the gaps.
I became good at bluffing.
So you don't have to bluff.
Stroking my chin in a way I hope would look like a wise chap.
Asking the questions you never got a chance to ask.
Seeing the richness of the world around you.
Stupid questions on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
In the days before Roe v. Wade, a young suburban mother faces a life or death decision: go forward with a pregnancy or possibly die. That's the premise of the new film Call Jane, starring Elizabeth Banks.
For me, it was just making sure that we presented abortion in its reality.
We'll talk about it on the next All Things Considered from NPR News. Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio, streaming online at lakeshorepublicradio.org.
I'm Jesse Thorne. On the next Bullseye, our annual Halloween Spectacular. We'll interview Anna Fabrega from Los Espookies, Monet Exchange from Drag Race, and the great R.L. Stein, creator of Goosebumps.
You know, I don't really get too deep into the real fears. It's a lot safer to do a dummy coming to life.
That's on the next Bullseye for MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
Ben Kolzinski back with Wayne Svetnoff, and we are in a position where all of our phone lines during that commercial break have lit up. So we're going to start off here with an update from Gary Graben with an update from Highland and Hobart. Gary, what's going on?
We start the second half with Highland with the ball. The first play, they decide to go for it all. wide receiver wide open, ball underthrown.
Ooh.
The second play of the second half, Blake Vanek. It sounds like a private eye's name, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Around the left end, and he could not be caught. 68 yards later, touchdown Highland. Extra point good. Unbelievably, it is Highland 17 and Hobart 14 with just under 10 minutes to play here in the third quarter.
Wow, so it seems like Highland is recapturing that momentum. A tremendous game you got going on here. What does Hobart need to do to quell this momentum?
Well, they need to have a sustained drive here to take a little bit of the wind out of Highland's sails here. And then defensively, they need to do a better job of stopping what's going on here with the multiple Highland looks on offense. Very difficult here. Hobart had an incredible warm-up here right before the second half started. You'd think it was the first play of the game. They came out so intense, but again, Highland took it right back from them on the first two plays. Just a wide-open miss pass on the first play, and then a 68-yard run on the second play puts Highland ahead here as we move into the third quarter.
All right, Gary, one more time. What is that score and time?
17-14, Trojans over the Brickies. 9:17 to go here in the third quarter.
All right, thank you, Gary. We appreciate it. Give us a call back here soon. All right, we're going to go from Gary Graben to Chuck DeMoss with an updated Taylor at West Central. Chuck, what's going on?
Yeah, we get final here, guys. West Central wins this game 40-0 tonight over the Taylor Titans.
So what was the story of this game, Chuck?
It was West Central's ground game tonight. They rushed close to 300 yards on the ground tonight, even though they did lose one of their running backs and Jacob Polarski, their fullback. But Aiden White ran for over 100 yards. Connor Merlatt had 62 with a touchdown. Spencer Lehman had 44 with 2 touchdowns. So they spread the ball out pretty good, just like they do every week. They got several guys that can run the ball. And tonight they shut Taylor down. Taylor had 2 first downs the whole game tonight.
My goodness.
Wow.
So, Chuck, at this point, West Central is poised to play for the sectional championship. How long has it been since West Central has won a sectional?
It was 1998 was their last sectional win.
1998. So we got 24 years it's been.
24 years.
So
right.
We suspect this is going to be a big game for West Central next week.
Yeah, they'll have their hands full next week with Carroll. I don't know a lot about them. I know they're ranked 5th, 6th, 7th in the state right now. They have 1 loss, and that was to Sheridan, Sheridan is a powerhouse in themselves with Coach Larry Wright down there, has over 400 wins. So that was a huge loss there. But still, coming in with 1 loss, West Central's 1 loss. This is going to be a big game next week up at Carroll.
And, Chuck, is West Central familiar with Carroll? Do they play them at all?
No. This like Taylor tonight, it was the first time they'd ever played Taylor. I'm not sure about Carroll if they have ever played them in the past. I know they don't play them in the regular season at all.
Okay.
All right, Chuck, one more time. What was that final? Chuck?
Well, next week, if he can play, they should be okay without him.
Be tough, yep.
All right, Chuck, thank you much. It was 40-0 there, West Central over Taylor. Chuck, thank you for your updates. Great job this week.
Yeah, gee, great job.
Thank you, Chuck. We're going to go from Chuck to...
Not a problem, guys. I'll be talking to you next week. More than likely, I'll be down in Carroll.
All right.
Or Indiana.
All righty.
Talk to you from there.
All right, thank you much. That's Chuck DeMoss. So we're going to move from Chuck DeMoss to Tommy Williams with an update of Bremen and Lake Station. Tommy, what's going on?
Guys, with the final score, Bremen wins it easily, 53-7. Give Lake Station credit. They did pick up a touchdown to at least make it halfway respectable. That came late in the fourth quarter with a running clock. But Bremen, a team that averaged 35 points per game the last 3 games, put the hammer down on the defense for Lake Station throughout the game. Lake Station scored 43 points last week against Bishop Knoll, but as we found out the hard way today, Bremen is not Bishop Knoll. Final score again, 53-7. Bremen gets the W.
All righty. Thank you, Tommy. We appreciate it. We will look forward to hearing from you next week.
All right, man. Sounds good.
All right. Good job, Tommy. Thank you much.
Good job, Tommy.
All right.
You too, guys.
We're going to go from Tommy Williams to Gary Schultz with an update of Andrian and LaVille. Gary, what's going on?
Andrew Ennis just pretty much salted this game away after they took over on the 15. After 2 running plays, they scored a touchdown to go up 22-6. On the first play from their own 20-yard line for LaVille, Andrew intercepted it for a pick 6. So now it is 29-6.
Who got to pick six, Gary?
I don't know who it was. I couldn't tell.
All right.
But at this point, that's an excellent sign for Andrean.
Yes.
Gary, did Andrean just continue to get stronger as the game went on?
Yes, they have gotten stronger. They really started to dominate here in the fourth quarter.
All right, Gary, one more time, what is the score and time update?
All right, 2 minutes and 55 seconds left in the game. It's Andrian 28, LaVille 6.
All right, thank you, Gary. Go ahead, give us a call when this one goes final, please.
I will do that.
All right, that was Gary Schultz with an update of Andrian and LaVille. We're going to go from one Gary to the next. We've got Gary Graben with an update of Hobart and Highland. Gary, thanks for waiting. Appreciate it. What's going on?
Hey, the flip phone is sizzling hot. It's getting used so much here tonight. This time, it's the Brickies answering. After a short kick and a decent return, it led to a Ehrlich to Cody Johnston touchdown pass. Extra point good. It's now 21-17 Hobart over Highland with 7:50 to go here in the third quarter.
So Highland has the ball back. What is Highland doing with the ball right now?
They're still on their side of the field. Again, a little bit of the mix offense here with some runs. They're coming out here. There are 4 wide here coming out again. We'll see what happens here. They haven't aired it out on this drive, but it's just started, so we'll see what happens. But Hobart did answer in what probably was one of their must drives of the season to answer that momentum that Highland had.
So, Gary, it shows excellent resiliency for the Brickies coming back and scoring here. But Highland's offense, there's been some interesting dynamics this game that we haven't seen much this season. Do you think there's more tricks up the sleeve of Highland?
Well, you would think that somehow you got to steal a possession, whether that means an onside kick, a fake punt. Somewhere along the line, I just think that Highland's going to have to still steal one more possession to have a chance in this game. Hobart, again, we know the talent that's there. It's just that Highland is playing so hard. You know, when I was here in Week 7 against Lowell, Keith Kilmer told me right after the game, he said, wow, did Koulianos have his guys playing hard? Because they don't have the most talent, but they play and drain every ounce here, especially the back half of this season. And they are really showing the culmination of this work and this effort in what they've done here through the first 2 quarters and 6 minutes of the third quarter.
Gary, what has Highland done to stop Trey Gibson?
Well, you know, he's still getting yards. It almost seems like when Trey has a good run, if they follow it up with a pass, the pass is incomplete. If Trey doesn't have a good run, then they might have a pass for 6 yards, but it's like the combination isn't leading to the 10 yards for first downs enough. And we say that Hobart's had 3 touchdowns, but when you think about the dynamicness of this offense, it's putting it all together with completions and with the good running, and it just hasn't quite clicked for Hobart yet. It did on this last drive, and again, the beautiful pass to Johnston from Ehrlich. But at this point in time, it just seems like they're still not. It's 7 cylinders, not 8, for this Hobart offense, and it's that 8th cylinder that's going to allow them, if they find it, to win this game.
How many touchdowns does Cody Johnson have?
He
2?
has just the 1 because Trey Gibson has the other 2.
Oh, Trey had 2. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Gary. One more time. What is the score and time update, please?
Again, we have a timeout. Highland actually just took a timeout here. It's 21-17. Hobart over Highland. 5:56 to go here in the third quarter.
In the third quarter. Okay. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate it. You got a good one on your hands. So all the updates that you want to give us, we're all ears.
It sounds good. Hey, I need a Crown Point score.
14-14 at this point.
Is there any insight on that or not? Do we know what's going on?
J.J. Johnson has turned the ball over twice
2 interceptions.
Early, and that led to a couple scores early. So,
but Crown Point now has come back and tied it up after the half.
Because when they announced that score here, even at a 4A field, there was a gasp.
Yes.
Steve Schmidt just gave us an update. It is 21-14 Crown Point now, so Crown Point has seized control of this game.
It got me thinking that you guys can think about that. What, in the last 10, 15 years, what's the biggest upset we've ever seen in the playoffs?
I'll have to do some thinking.
I think I've got one, but we'll talk about that later.
Sounds good. All right. Thank you, Gary. We appreciate it.
We'll see you, fellas.
We're going to go from Gary Grimmon to Al Rodriguez with an update of Griffith and Hanover. Al, what's going on?
Hey, Griffith has scored a couple of touchdowns against the Hanover second team. This game is basically over right now. They're shaking hands and walking off the field. The score is Hanover 42, Griffith 21.
All right, Al. The game is pretty much in hand, and what is the highlights here for Hanover?
Pardon?
What are some of the highlights here for Hanover?
Hanover's defense looked strong in the first half. They just were pushing Griffith around. So to me, their defense, and of course, Special K throwing the ball all over the place. He's a heck of a quarterback. So it's enjoyable, but I think after the first score, it was kind of downhill for Griffith all the way.
Sure.
Hanover looks strong.
All right, Al, one more time. What is the score and time update, please?
For Hanover 42, Griffith 21.
How much time is left?
Game's over.
Oh, that's it. All right. Thanks, Al. We appreciate it.
Take care. Good night, guys.
Thank you. Great job, Al. Appreciate the update.
Stay safe.
All right, we're going to go from Al Rodriguez to Dr. Reed Amons with an update on Munster versus Maryville. Dr. Reed, what's going on?
In a very similar game to the Hanover we just heard from Al, Maryville is victorious tonight, 55-20 over Munster. The game has just gone final.
Dr. Reed, what was the key to this game for the Pirates?
Early they got off to a big lead, and I think that really solidified their position tonight. They were able to run the ball, throw the ball early, get some quick scores early on. Maryville led 14-0 just a couple minutes into the game, and that really left no doubt, I think, as to how the outcome of the game was going to be. So they did not allow Munster to get much going offensively, and then that really kind of sparked the defense and offense for Maryville tonight. So they didn't do much wrong there in the first half, getting out to that 49-0 halftime lead, and a good start here in the playoffs for the Pirates as they look to take on the Morton Central winner next week in the sectional championship.
All right, Dr. Reed, we appreciate your updates. You did an excellent job today. Coach, is there anything you want to add for Dr. Reed?
Nope. Excellent job, Dr. Reed, and we really appreciate everything you do every week for us. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You do an excellent job for us, Dr. Reed.
Thanks, guys. You too. Talk to you next week.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, so that's Dr. Reed, and Maryville wins big. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
Are the protests in Iran a prelude to revolution?
Every revolution is just a protest before the moment that the regime topples.
We'll hear from one young Iranian who's been in those demonstrations. Also Cameron Crowe on Bringing Almost Famous to Broadway. A look at Arizona's gubernatorial race, those stories, and all the latest news Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Halloween means the arrival of one giant spooky pop-up.
The twilight, the dawn, the inhale right before, and the out-breath after. The time when the curtain between our side and theirs falls away. On the next Snap Judgment, our spooked Halloween special. The in-between space. Snap Judgment. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
And then my phone rang, and it was Sister Iris. And she said to me, "Andre, I hear voices." I said, "So do I." I said, "What do your voices say to you?" She said, "They just called my name."
Join us next time for stories about guiding lights.
on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
This is listener-supported public radio in Northwest Indiana. 89.1 FM, Lakeshore Public Radio. WLPR FM Lowell.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
Ben Golozinski back with Wayne Svetnoff, Steve Schmidt, and Andrew Johnson. We've got a update from Gary Graben here at the Hobart and Highland game. Gary, what's going on?
Well, we talked about Highland may need to try a fake punt. They may have needed to try it just a few moments ago because they had their punt blocked and scooped and scored for Hobart. The PA announcer here gave me a name, Cale Swasner. I do not have that name on my roster, so maybe Steve Schmidt can check that name. But he is the block, scoop, and score here for Hobart. And in no time flat, being down 17-14, Hobart now finds himself ahead 28-17 with 4:50 to go in the third quarter.
Steve says that was the individual, Swasner, who scooped and scored.
Swasner, yeah. He's not on my roster, but that's what the PA announcer said.
So this game has swung quite a bit here and drastically quickly. What does Highland need to do to get back into this?
Well, they need to string some first downs together here because right now the field is tilted Hobart's way, and they're deep in their own territory now inside their own 20 as they start their drive. Nice run here that will take them out across the 30. But, again, being able to put together a drive that culminates in some points here. Again, they're down 11, so a 3 and an 8 would tie this game up. But they're teetering here. You know, they're teetering on the edge if they're going to stay in this game because Hobart has taken that momentum. As quickly as Highland took it to start the second half, Highland has seized it back. Hobart has seized it back, and now Highland has to do something to mitigate that.
All right, Gary, we really appreciate the update. Looking forward to hearing more from you as this game goes on.
You got it. 28-17, 4:29 to go in the third quarter.
All right, thank you. That's Gary Graben. Andrew Johnson has a couple calls that have come in. So, Andrew, who do we got?
First, we got Jason calling in from the Lowell and New Prairie game.
All right, Jason Hill with an update from Lowell and New Prairie. Jason, what's going on out there?
Hey, guys. Checking in here in the second half. Same score, 42-6, New Prairie, leading Lowell. Third quarter has ended. We are on to the fourth. Running clock going. This one, we're just waiting for that final buzzer. 42-6, New Prairie. End of the third quarter, leading over Lowell.
All right. One question for you: Has New Prairie pulled their starters at this point?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of runs. That third quarter was fast. A lot of runs between the tackles. New numbers I was trying to keep up on, names there, but it looked like some guys, some fresh faces, were in there on a couple of different series. So New Prairie's on their way here to the matchup next week, and we'll see who that is. Where is the winner of this one playing next week? Refresh me. Is it Hobart?
The winner of Hobart or Highland.
Okay, so right on. So shaping up to be New Prairie headed out next week, and when that Hobart Highland game goes final, we'll see how that gets set up. New Prairie 42-6. Third quarter's over. Fourth quarter just kicking off. 42-6. New Prairie over Lowell.
All right, Jason, give us a call back if there's any more scores.
All
right, that was Jason Hill there with an update from New Prairie and Lowell. We're going to go from Jason in Lowell to Gary Schultz with an update for LaVille and Andrain. Gary, what's going on?
Final score, Andrian 28, LaVille 6.
28-6. So this game ended up being somewhat lopsided, even though it was really down to the wire into the last couple minutes.
Yes, Andrian really didn't put it away until about 4 minutes left in the game.
So you had mentioned a couple turnovers and some big plays. What was the key for Andrain down the stretch there?
I think they just got some good field position, and then, of course, that big pick six was a big key play.
So, Gary, this is the first time you've seen Andrean this year. What was your inclination of them as a team?
My inclination is they got a good team, but they seem to be shooting themselves in the foot a lot from what I could see tonight.
Sure.
They could have blown this game open, I believe, in the first half if they wouldn't have committed turnovers and penalties.
Sure. Coach, do you have anything for Gary on this game?
No, but I think that you're right, Gary. Andrean probably could have scored a few more points here, but LaVille's a good team.
Oh, yeah.
And they were undefeated. So that was a big win. And now Andrean and Bremen come up, for next week. Bremen, as, Tommy Williams was telling us, was averaging 45 points a game. So that'll be a pretty big test.
Yeah, it'll be a big test. I know LaVille was averaging a lot, but LaVille really did not have a pass in the attack, and being only one-dimensional really cost him in the end.
Yep.
All right, Gary, one more time. What was the final score there?
Final score, Andrean 28, LaVille 6.
All right. Thank you, Gary. We
Thanks,
greatly
bud.
appreciate you covering this game for us. You're always one of the best out there for us, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. That was Gary Schultz giving us the updates from Andrean and LaVille. And now that we're getting later in the day, we're going to go ahead and do a quick scoreboard update with Steve Schmidt.
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
Well, what's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. A couple of these games in the region are going final, so let's see what's going on tonight in the region for sectional semifinals. 6A Sectional 1, Crown Point at Portage. Portage had a 14-6 lead at the half, but since then it's been all Bulldogs. 35-14 currently the score. J.J. Johnson, 4 touchdown runs for the Bulldogs. Eli Taiwan with a 10-yard touchdown run also. Lake Central at Lafayette Jeff. Early on, this one was all Lake Central, but then Lafayette Jeff slowly but methodically got back into this one, forcing overtime, and the final score ended up being 34-28 Lafayette Jeff. 5A Sectional 9 Munster at Maryville. Maryville advances tonight 55-20 over the Mustangs. Hammond Central at Hammond Morton for the second installment for the Battle of Hammond at the end of 3. Hammond Central has a 27-18 lead. Jordan Woods with 3 touchdown passes for the Wolves. 5A Sectional 10 Valpo at LaPorte. Third quarter, Valpo has a 28-3 lead. Thomas Berta with 3 touchdowns on the night for the Vikings. Chesterton at Michigan City. Last update was at the half, and it was 28-20 Chesterton. This one's been back and forth in the second quarter after Chesterton had a 28-7 lead. 4A Sectional 17. At the end of 3, New Prairie's beating Lowell 42-6. Hobart at Highland. Third quarter, Hobart has opened up a 28-17 lead. At the half, it was 14-10 Hobart on a pair of Trey Gibson 1-yard touchdown runs. And since then, Noah Ehrlich had a 23-yard touchdown pass to Cody Johnson, and there was a scoop and score touchdown there for the Brickies. 3A Sectional 25 West Lafayette at Calumet. Fourth quarter, West Lafayette has a 52-12 lead. Griffith at Hanover Central. This one's gone final. Hanover Central advances tonight and improves to 11-0 on the season, defeating Griffith 42-21. 2A Sectional 33. You just heard this one from Gary Schultz, Andrean, and LaVille. Andrean advances tonight, defeating LaVille 28-6. Drake Bowen, 3 touchdowns for the 59ers. Bremen at Lake Station. Bremen's the winner tonight, 53-7, setting up Bremen and Andrean next week for the sectional championship. 1A Sectional 41, last update in the South Central and Culver game was in the second quarter. It was 42-0 Culver. Triton at North Judson, last update there was at the half, and it was 6-6 tied. And last one here is 1A Sectional 43. This one has gone final in Taylor and West Central. West Central advances 40-0. Ben and Wayne, back to you.
All right, thank you, Steve. A lot of games ending early today, a lot of running clocks, which is something you don't necessarily expect here in second week of sectionals. But I will say this much, there are still some really exciting games out there right now, and one of the ones that we're keeping our eye on here is the Highland and Hobart game, Coach.
Yeah, that's that's going to be a good one. And I just want to, before Steve leaves here, we probably need to look at where the teams for next week will be what games, so we can talk about them at the end. But the Highland and Hobart game is a really good one, I think.
I think so too.
I like the fact that Highland has played so well. They have, like we said, struggled early in the season. They came on strong now, and now they played a team that, a Hobart team, and I know it's at Highland, but a Hobart team that can put points on the board.
Yeah.
And Highland's defense needs to have a lot of credit.
Think of it this way, Coach. You coached young men and folks for years here in Northwest Indiana. You see a team that struggles and then starts putting it together and is now giving one of the better teams in Northwest Indiana a run for their money in a sectional playoff game. That is really exactly what you want to see as a coach. The Hobart is a tremendously talented football team, and this game is still down to the wire. That's really excellent.
That is, and you got to give a lot of credit to Highland for staying in the ball game, and they still have a chance.
Oh yeah, this game's not over yet.
I really like this Vanek kid, this Blake Vanek. I think that he's a really competitor. He can throw the ball, but he's got excellent moves out of the quarterback. Running the ball, and as Coach Kilmer said, after his game against Highland, those guys play hard.
Oh, yeah.
And what more can you ask of a football team? Any team. What more can you ask that they, especially at the end of the season, but also through the season, but right now, to give everything you have.
You have to let it all hang out. This is, for a lot of these kids, this is the last time they're ever going to put on a football helmet. And I knew it my last game after I decided not to play college football. I knew this was my last game. And when I walked off that field, I at least, I was upset. But I at least knew at that point that I gave it everything I could on that last game. So these kids are letting it all hang out. They're doing everything they can because you want to play one more game. If you play one more game, you're playing for a championship. And then you go from there, and all the world's opportunity is in front of you for all these teams. Speaking of a team that figured it out and a team that played really well today, the Maryville Pirates put the Chesterton loss in their rearview mirror and looked really good today against Highland.
Yeah,
Highland. I'm sorry, Munster.
Yeah, against Munster, and we talked about the fact that how would Maryville react? How would they possibly come back from that loss at the end of the season there against Chesterton? And certainly, this is a situation where Maryville responded 55 points, and pretty much dominated from start to finish against Munster. So,
by my math, it was 49-0 at half.
Yes.
Now I might be wrong with that. I'm not great with memory. I got hit in the head a little too many times playing football. But that was exactly what you wanted to see from Maryville.
Yep.
So hold on.
I have a score.
You got a score update. What we got?
I can't believe I got one.
Look at that.
North Judson wins 25-6.
25-6.
25-6.
That's an excellent win there for Judson.
Is. North Judson Blue Jays. And thank you for that text. Whoever did it.
Appreciate that. So, speaking of a game we were just talking about, we got an update from Gary Graben with an update from Hobart and Highland. Gary, what's going on?
The steamroller is rolling here. Trey Gibson, an 11-yard touchdown run, his third of the night. And then we're still in the third quarter, but it is now 35-17, Hobart over Highland. This has been a 3-touchdown quarter for the Brickies.
A very strange dynamic for this game. A game that is a lot closer than the score is indicating.
Well, that's Steve Schmidt and I were just talking about this when I called in, that again, tomorrow people are going to browse the scores and, Hobart won. But, again, for a little more than a half, Highland laid it all out there tonight. Again, they just don't have enough players to match up here with Hobart. But, again, the second time I've seen Highland this year where it's just everything they have on the field, it's just, again, they got to get a few more athletes, a few more guys in the weight room in the offseason so that they can compete in these games. as we talked about in the On the Field segment, they have a lot of juniors on this team that will be coming back for Highland. So, again, there's some work here to do in the off season so that they can compete. But, again, tonight it does look like Hobart has taken control of this game.
Well, Gary, every team other than one in each division ends their season with a loss. Highland has a lot to show for how they have improved this season and how they are playing football right now. And like we've all alluded to, the score in this game is not going to be indicative of how this game was played.
Probably not. Again, I think we'll see we'll see if they fight to the end. You know, they fought to the end in that Lowell game. We'll see if in the fourth quarter here they can muster up a little energy. I think one of the things with Hobart is they're really starting to grind them down now physically. And so all that emotion the adrenaline that you're riding on in that first half goes away quickly when you're getting pushed into the turf. And this is the situation Highland finds themselves in now. Again, they got a lot of guys who play hard. We'll see what happens as we enter toward the fourth quarter, because we have just reached the end of the third quarter.
So, Gary, per Paul Honeycutt on Twitter, Trey Gibson has 23 carries for 211 yards and 3 touchdowns so far this game. Has the eye test passed that? Does that look what he's been doing?
Maybe I would think he was in like the 180 range. I don't know if I'd have thought he had 200, but he has had plenty of opportunities to run. And one of the things that's so impressive about him is when he gets to the edge, he can turn that 90 degrees upfield as good as anyone I've seen with a quick pivot on the toe of the foot and just go. And that's where he can outrun people so easily. But 211 yards is a pretty good night for 3 quarters.
Sure.
And I would assume he might be getting some rest here in the fourth quarter.
All right.
By the way, I did not talk to Coach Osika before the game. I still, being an IU grad, and he's an IU grad, I can't believe he would snub me after the game if I tried to get him on with you guys. But I did not talk to him ahead of time, so we'll play that one by ear, and then we'll see if we can get Trey on also.
That would be great if we could.
He's another young man who I think needs the airtime and has certainly earned a shot at facing you two.
All right.
I don't even know what that means.
All right, Gary, thanks for the update, and give us a call back.
You got it.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take a break here.
Yeah, but before we do, I want to recognize where that score from North Judson, 25-6, who would you think would know that score?
Oh, I would. You know, Gary, Chuck DeMoss.
Chuck DeMoss,
of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Chuck, thank you so much for getting that score for us.
He just does everything for us, getting all these schools kind of out there on the outskirts of our listening audience. So thank you, Chuck DeMoss. We appreciate it. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
States are passing new laws targeting election crimes.
I want to see arrests. I want to see perp walks.
Creating new offenses and harsher punishments.
I frankly don't want to see her get a slap on the wrist. I think minimum she should be locked up until after this election.
Inside the hunt for a problem that doesn't exist. On the next Reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
You know those times it seems like the whole world knows something that you don't?
I'd never heard of the periodic table.
One day his wife told him he was a mammal.
Of course I'm not a mammal.
Well, on the next Radio Lab,
that was a shocker.
We fill in the gaps.
I became good at bluffing.
So you don't have to bluff.
Stroking my chin in a way I hope would look like a wise chap.
Asking the questions you never got a chance to ask.
Seeing the richness of the world around you.
Stupid questions on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
In the days before Roe v. Wade, a young suburban mother faces a life or death decision: go forward with a pregnancy or possibly die. That's the premise of the new film Call Jane, starring Elizabeth Banks.
For me, it was just making sure that we presented abortion in its reality.
We'll talk about it on the next All Things Considered from NPR News. Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio, streaming online at lakeshorepublicradio.org.
I'm Jesse Thorne. On the next Bullseye, our annual Halloween Spectacular. We'll interview Anna Fabrega from Los Spookies, Monet Exchange from Drag Race, and the great R.L. Stein, creator of Goosebumps.
You know, I don't really get too deep into the real fears. It's a lot safer to do a dummy coming to life.
That's on the next Bullseye for MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Are the protests in Iran a prelude to revolution?
Every revolution is just a protest before the moment that the regime topples.
We'll hear from one young Iranian who's been in those demonstrations. Also, Cameron Crowe on Bringing Almost Famous to Broadway. A look at Arizona's gubernatorial race, those stories, and all the latest news Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR. Tune in at 7 a.m. for Weekend Edition here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
Halloween means the arrival of one giant spooky pop-up, Spirit Halloween. And some see it as a bad omen for the shopping centers it inhabits.
It just sits over the deathbed of the American mall, takes advantage of it a little bit, helps keep it alive a little bit. It's kind of doing both.
The history of Spirit Halloween and what it says about the future of retail. Next time on It's Been a Minute from NPR.
Tune in Saturday morning at 9 and Sunday afternoon at 3 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
Ben Kolozinski back with Wayne Svetnoff here, and we've got an update from Gary Graben with the Hobart and Highland game. Gary, what's going on?
You know, last week with Hanover, we used the example of Rocky IV with Ivan Drago, the first time he gets cut. I'm going to Rocky I tonight because these Highland Trojans are Rocky Balboa. Not giving up, Blake Vanek to Hunter Sapkowski, a 14-yard touchdown pass. They went for two, and it was Vanek passing to Luviano for the successful two-point conversion. It's 35-25 with 11:18 remaining in the game.
This game is not over yet, Gary.
Unbelievable.
So, Gary,
it's actually almost stunning. It's actually almost stunning how they will not give in.
That's a sign of tough kids who are well coached, and that coach has them believing in something. And that's an excellent sign for the Highland Trojans, if not just for this game, but going forward.
It sure is. I mean, absolutely. It also means that back to our last one here, that Trey Gibson's going to stay in this game because with a 10-point lead and 11 minutes to go, he can't quite go to the sidelines yet. So he's going to rack up some more yards here for the Brickies.
Right.
But, you know, we're going to see what happens here with Highland. They still need, as we talked about all second half, they need to steal a possession here somewhere.
So I would imagine that Hobart is not going to put air under the ball. They're going to hand the ball off to their future college-playing running back. And I would imagine that the ground control offense for Hobart is what they're really looking to do to soak this game out.
As we're speaking, the ball is loose.
Oh.
Recovered by Highland.
Here we go. Here we go.
Unbelievable.
We have an exciting game.
They just keep taking the punch and punching back.
Where's the ball, Gary? Where will Highland get it?
Right at midfield.
Right at midfield. So they're going to have a relatively short field to get this ball back. So the defense is answering the call here for Highland, which is a very difficult thing to do against the Brickies.
Again, like I said, this is an effort-based defense here, and they're laying it out there. I don't know how many. There's too many cliches to use here to describe what they're doing, but this Highland team just will not give up. We're going to see what happens. I wouldn't be surprised on this first play if they might go for it all.
Gary, did you know who picked up the fumble?
I couldn't tell. It was a big mob in the middle of the field.
Okay.
Could not tell.
Okay.
Gary, it sounds like the crowd is really involved with this game. They haven't given up either.
It is. That was a passing play, another first down for Highland, so they're now down to the 42-yard line. The Highland crowd is smaller than the Hobart crowd. I would say it's not even 50% filled on the Highland side, but they're pretty loud. I'm actually, just to give you an idea on distance, I'm standing behind the goalpost, so I'm not right in front of them when you hear them. They're a good distance away, but they're cowbell ringing and ready for something good to happen here for the Trojans.
Are you on the Highland side? Is the Highland team driving towards you?
No, they're driving away from me right now.
Okay. So, Gary, what do you expect from Highland right now on this drive?
Well, again, they may have to take a chance here with some putting it in the air a little bit. I got to watch these DBs for Hobart because they're quick to the ball. But I think, again, you got to play here to win. You got to go. I will say this: they're down 10, so they could use a field goal. They don't have to score a touchdown here.
Sure.
So a field goal would still be helpful. But again, I would expect the ball to maybe get into the air a little more. It's a 2nd and 7 right now at the 39-yard line.
Now, judging by some of your updates, Gary, Highland has been getting this done through the air as of late.
They have done it through the air. They've had a little more Luviano running in the second half, but they have had a lot of success in the air tonight too.
So, Gary, feeling the pulse.
Just an incomplete pass there. It's 3rd and 7 at the 39-yard line for Highland.
So, feeling the pulse of the Hobart defense right now. Obviously, they've been very talented and they've been very successful throughout this year. Are they playing on their heels right now, or are they motivated and gearing it up to try to pin their nose back and take care of business?
They look pretty aggressive, Ben. They have not really been able to get to the quarterback, which is probably the biggest thing here. They're running that slant play here, and I believe it's a completion, but immediately down. This is an interesting situation here. It's going to be 4th down inside the 40. Let's see where they spot this ball.
Does Highland have I know they have a kicker because they kicked one earlier, but does he look like he has the leg to get it there?
I would say, based on the extra points I've seen, not from more than about 30 yards.
Oh,
okay.
So it's a 4th and 7 at the 39, and they're going for it.
How about a little play-by-play, Gary?
We'll see what happens here. There's pressure, and it falls incomplete.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute. There might be a flag. Yeah, there's a late flag here in the secondary.
Oh.
Again, that was a 4th and 7 play.
Any indication?
If it's against Highland, they will lose the ball here to Hobart.
A flag in the secondary that you would think that might be a first down if it is against Hobart. They're taking their time deliberating here, aren't they?
Yes, they are. It's my old buddy Fred Schub here with the white hat.
All right, Fred, let's go.
I'll tell him wait, I'll hold the phone up.
Yeah. Hey, come on, let's hurry this up. We've got a radio show that's waiting.
I'm not sure what the heck is going on
here.
here.
Very interesting dynamic here, Gary. So how about this, Gary? We're going to put you on hold.
Okay.
And we're going to come back to you. We've got another call coming in here real quick, and we'll come back to you.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you, Gary. I appreciate it. All right, let's go from Gary Graben to Russell Brodacre on line 2 with an update of Chesterton versus City. Russell, what's going on out there?
Hey, guys. So we had a scoreless second half. Chesterton won 28-20 over Michigan City.
28-20 in the with no scores in the second half. What was the key in the last 2 quarters?
I mean, in all honesty, Michigan City must have really collaborated there in the locker room. They overloaded the box and really stopped that run up the gut, which was killing them in the first half. So they got their number on that. Just really couldn't connect on the offense. Some crucial drop passes there kind of equated to a scoreless second half.
So did McCormick finish at quarterback, or did they go back to Boswell?
McCormick finished out. He was throwing a bomb there at the end. I mean, it was a very electric, last minute. They got it down. Michigan City had the ball at their own 10. They ended up marching it up to about the opposing 45. McCormick was really just throwing it down, and then at the last play, he threw a 30-yard bomb. Sadly, it was intercepted. I mean, it was a Hail Mary parade, 2 seconds left on the clock. So he was doing a really bang-up job tonight. You should be proud.
All right.
All right, Russell, thank you. We appreciate it. One more time, what was the final there?
28-20, Chesterton.
All righty. Thanks, Russell. Looking forward to hearing more from you next week.
Yes, sir. You guys have a great night.
You too, sir. Thank you much. Good job tonight. All right, we're going to go back to Gary Graben. Gary, what's going on out there in Highland?
It was a penalty against Hobart, but it was unsportsmanlike conduct after the play was over.
Okay.
So the ball went over to Hobart, so they have the ball in their own territory. Again, up by 10, the clock running with 8:30 left in the ball game.
What is the down and distance right now, El?
It's a 1st and 10.
It's a first and 10. Okay. And so that's a 15-yard penalty. Where's the ball spotted?
It was spotted deeper. They've already gotten 1 first down while I was on hold. So,
okay.
They're out to the 36-yard line.
All right. So
actually, it's now a 2nd and 4 at the 42.
So it looks like Hobart is on the move right now. Go ahead and we'll let you go here, Gary, and keep your eye on the game. Let us know when something of significance happens here.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you, Gary. We appreciate it. All right, thank you, Gary. And while we're at it, I want to say thank you to Pepe's for taking care of the game night crew this evening. Located at 260 East 84th Drive in Maryville and serving our community for 43 years. Pepe's is a full-service restaurant with a large dining room, lounge, and patio area available for patrons. The Espinoza family, owners of Pepe's in Maryville, would like to wish all of our local teams the best of luck in the playoffs. Pepe's, just delicious tacos. Absolutely, thank you. We really appreciate Pepe's and all the restaurants that have helped take care of us throughout this season and really love the tacos today. Thank you so much, Pepe's.
That's right, and we appreciate NIPSCO for being there for us all season and for years, supporting the Lakeshore Public Television scoreboard, which is on tonight at 10:30. Ben and myself, and then the star Joe Arredondo will be on, and we'll talk about the highlights of tonight. And we have quite a few.
Oh, yeah.
Got a great games, I'll tell you. And we'll talk about matchups for the sectional championships for next week.
Sure.
And it's just a great thing. So if you want to watch, you can do that on Channel 56, which is Comcast, or Channel 17, which is Dish. And it's tonight at 10:30. If you can't watch, you're driving back from the game, just keep your radio on, 89.1 FM. Andrew and Steve and Gary Graben will take you into that last half hour and wrap up everything that's gone on tonight. And it's really great. So we really appreciate NIPSCO for all they do.
Literally and figuratively cannot do this without NIPSCO. And also keep in mind, all of our broadcasts are simultaneously streamed on YouTube and on the Facebook feed. So if you're away from your radio and you'd like to just get a digital version of it, it's all there being streamed live. So pretty exciting series of games so far, but now we'll reach the point of the night where we can look ahead a little bit. I know Steve Schmidt has done a little bit of work for us to kind of see where we're going, but
he has. He's done a nice job. I want to thank Steve for doing that for us.
Yeah, he's Johnny on the spot when it comes to these things. So he gave you some information, Wayne. What do you got?
Well, I've got 6A next week. Lafayette Jeff travels to Crown Point. If Crown Point stays on the win, and they're up 35-14. So that is a big possibility. In 5A, Maryville will travel to Hammond Central or Morton, and right now Hammond Central has a 27-18 lead right now. Valpo travels to Chesterton. Ooh, that's a big one. Woo-hoo.
Oh, boy.
That is 5A also. These two teams, as everybody knows that listens to football, are very close to one another.
Yes, we are. They are.
Yeah.
The Valpo and me just came out a little bit there.
Yeah, okay. So there's a big rivalry there. New Prairie, depends on if Hobart or Highland win, but New Prairie travels no matter what.
Okay.
So they're in the area. West Lafayette is at Hanover Central. Boy, that could be our game of the week.
That could be. It could be a good one.
That could be. And then Knox is at Jimtown. Andrean travels to Bremen. Now, that would be a tough one.
Yeah, that's going to be another tough one.
That's going to be another tough one. This team, Bremen, can actually score. So
Right.
LaVille is not it won't be the same as this week. Culver travels to North Judson, and West Central travels to Carroll. So, Steve, thank you very much for doing that. We appreciate it.
For sure.
So yeah, next week is going to be quite interesting. I've got my eyes set on that West Lafayette game
Hanover
versus
Central.
Hanover Central. That Lafayette Jeff game versus Crown Point. They're traveling up north. That is a unique dynamic in itself. And then the Valpo Chesterton game. All three of those games have a claim to potentially being the game of the week next week. There's going to be some good matchups.
They really do. But I think I agree. West Lafayette is number one in the, 3A? And Hanover Central is number 2 or 3, or would you say 6? 6.
Right.
Steve said this is 6. So I think that could be, and plus, it's going to be at Hanover, so that means that Al Rodriguez can come in again and help us with the scores. That's fantastic.
But no trees falling on his car.
Trees, no trees. No trees. Yeah, Steve.
Actually, in the coaches poll, Hanover's number 4 in 3A.
4 now.
They were 6 last week and must have made the jump up this week.
Yeah,
Good.
I mean, when teams lose, you jump over them, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So good for Hanover there. And Hanover's been playing awfully strong. They're still undefeated, and they're playing against one of the best teams in 3A in the state. So, that is kind of what you're asking for. That is a dream matchup there this late into the season.
And in 1A, and we've kind of gone through some of these, and we'll have them on film next week with all our shooters. But Culver travels to North Judson, which will be a good one. So that we'll have somebody there probably also.
So that's Culver Academy?
No, Culver Community.
Culver Community. Okay.
Yep. And they won tonight, and they'll play at North Judson. I would think, now I'm guessing, West Central is at Carroll.
Right.
Carroll is farther south than Judson. I would think that Chuck DeMoss might go to Judson to next week instead of his beloved West Central.
I mean, the heart and love makes us do strange things, right?
Does.
Yes. So I can't imagine he's gonna not have an opportunity to see West Central win their first sectional title in 22 years or 24 years. So that is, that's an opportunity for him there.
You know what? Because I said he was going to go to North Judson.
Yeah.
I think that maybe he should go to that one in West Central. I know that they're way out of the area.
Sure.
But West Central hears us. And maybe you should see that, 24 years you said?
That's history, isn't it?
Wow.
We've got people in this room that weren't born at that point.
Yeah. That's right. We're a lot younger.
So very interesting. Very interesting. It's going to be a fun dynamic here. And we're going to go ahead and take a quick break and lead us in the last 20 minutes of the hour on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.
The twilight, the dawn, the inhale right before, and the out-breath after. The time when the curtain between our side and theirs falls away on the next Snap Judgment, our spooked Halloween special. The in-between space. Snap Judgment. Do not miss it.
Saturday at 11 and Sunday at noon here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
And then my phone rang, and it was Sister Iris. And she said to me, "Andre, I hear voices." I said, "So do I." I said, "What do your voices say to you?" She said, "They just call my name."
Join us next time for stories about guiding lights on the Moth Radio Hour from PRX.
Tune in Saturday at noon and Sunday at 1 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
A wave of states have passed new election laws.
I want to see arrests. I want to see perp walks.
The consequences on the next reveal.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 2 and Sunday morning at 9 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
You know those times it seems like the whole world knows something that you don't? Well, we fill in the gaps so you don't have to bluff. Stupid questions on the next Radio Lab.
Tune in Saturday afternoon at 1 and Sunday afternoon at 2 here on Lakeshore Public Radio.
In the days before Roe v. Wade, a young suburban mother faces a life or death decision: go forward with a pregnancy or possibly die. That's the premise of the new film Call Jane, starring Elizabeth Banks.
For me, it was just making sure that we presented abortion in its reality.
We'll talk about it on the next All Things Considered from NPR News. Tune in at 4 p.m. for Weekend All Things Considered here on Lakeshore Public Radio, streaming online at lakeshorepublicradio.org.
I'm Jesse Thorne. On the next Bullseye, our annual Halloween Spectacular. We'll interview Anna Fabrega from Los Spookies, Monet Exchange from Drag Race, and the great R.L. Stein, creator of Goosebumps.
You know, I don't really get too deep into the real fears. It's a lot safer to do a dummy coming to life.
That's on the next Bullseye for MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Tune in Saturday night at 6 here on Lakeshore Public Radio, 89.1 FM.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore. Listener-supported public radio. And now, the Game Night broadcast team.
Ben Kolozinski back with Wayne Svetnoff, Andrew Johnson, and right now, a scoreboard update from Steve Schmidt.
And now, your Game Night scoreboard update.
What's up, Lakeshore Game Night? Steve Schmidt here. As just about all these games in the region have gone final, so let's see how your favorite team did tonight on sectional semifinal action. 6A Sectional 1, Crown Point takes down Portage 44-14. The second half was all Crown Point after trailing 14-6 at the half. J.J. Johnson had 5 touchdowns on the night. Lake Central at Lafayette Jeff. Lafayette Jeff prevails tonight in overtime, 34-28. Early on, Lake Central had a 28-7 lead behind Xavier Williams' 3 touchdown runs, but Lafayette Jeff got back into the game and took advantage late. 5A Sectional 9, Munster at Maryville. This one was all Pirates, 55-20. They advance. Hammond Central at Hammond Morton. This game has just gone final, and Hammond Central's a winner tonight, 27-26. Hammond Morton made it a game late after trailing 27-18 after the third quarter. Freddie Brown ran his second touchdown of the night in for the Governors, but the score ended up being 27-26. The Wolves advance. 5A Sectional 10, Valpo at LaPorte. This one was all Vikings tonight, 42-3 over the Slicers. Thomas Burda with 3 touchdowns on the ground. Chesterton at Michigan City, a scoreless second half for Chesterton and Michigan City. Final score in this one, Chesterton prevails 28-20. 4A Sectional 17, New Prairie at Lowell. Last update was at the end of 3. New Prairie had a 42-6 lead. Hobart at Highland. Third quarter of action there. Hobart has a 35-25 lead. This one's been a fun one to keep track of, and it's going to be a nail-biter down to the finish. 3A Sectional 25, West Lafayette at Calumet. West Lafayette takes down the Warriors tonight, 52-12. Griffith at Hanover Central. Hanover Central advances tonight, 42-21. 2A Sectional 33, Andrean downs LaVille on the road, 28-6. Drake Bowen 3 touchdowns. Bremen at Lake Station. Bremen takes down the Eagles tonight, 53-7. 1A Sectional 41, Culver Community over South Central, 61-0. North Judson takes down Triton, 25-6, and West Central over Taylor in Sectional 43, 40-0.
All right, thank you, Steve. We appreciate it. Thank you for everything, and we're looking forward to giving you the reins here in the next 15 minutes. So, Coach, a lot of fun action here tonight. We're coming down to the wire here for the Hobart Highland game. I haven't had an update recently, but I think that game was leaning heavily towards Hobart at the end. I didn't get any updates from that point, but definitely a hard-fought game for the Highland Trojans, but Hobart's going to come out on top, I think.
Yeah, Hobart's going to come out on top, and again, that's the improvement that they have made. You know, they played in 3 teams, the toughest teams in the area at the beginning of their schedule, and they took from that, you know, and were able to build their program at that particular point, and now they just have to hold on at Highland here, 32-25, and it says something there. 35-25 right now, 10 points.
All right, we've got an update here from Gary Graben, Hobart and Highland. Gary, what's going on out there?
In the last 2 minutes here, Hobart didn't have enough time to run out the clock. Highland took their last time out. Hobart took that opportunity to throw a 40-yard touchdown pass from Noah Ehrlich to Cody Johnston. The extra point is pending here. Right now it's 41-25, Hobart over Highland with 1:49 to go.
All right, Gary, it seems like this game is pretty well in hand for the Brickies. It just seemed like it was too much at the end for the Brickies over the Trojans.
It certainly did. Again, a great effort by Highland, but Hobart here, a lot of weapons, a lot of talent. And again, they're going to be tough to handle with that game with New Prairie. Extra point is good. It's 42-25 with 1:49 to go. I'm going to let you guys go because as soon as time runs out, I'm going to see if I can get Coach Osika for you guys.
All right, Gary, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you for the updates.
Yes, sir.
So, Coach, that ends up being a pretty lopsided score here at the end of the game, and that's a little unfortunate for Highland. People are going to read the scores, and they're going to go, that seemed like a blowout, but it wasn't that case.
No,
so
that's right.
One of those games where the score is not indicative of how the gameplay went.
Yeah, and you got to give a lot of credit to Pete Koulianis and his kids. But Hobart is talented. They're, very, very well coached by Coach Osika. And this is what sectional should be, a bloody-nosed battle between two teams.
Right,
and,
exactly.
That's certainly what it is.
Speaking of a bloody-nosed battle, Crown Point had all they could handle for the first 2.5 quarters of a game.
Yes.
But they ended up coming back and winning. What was that final? I didn't catch it.
It was
44-14.
44-14, right. So a little bit of a scare put into Crown Point. This is that dynamic rest versus rust. You get that week off. Some people do well with the rest, and some people get rusty. So that game was a little scary for the number one team in Northwest Indiana, but they ended up taking care of business after the fact.
Well, obviously, Coach Bazia was able to go into the locker room and make some adjustments.
Sure.
And, after 2 interceptions, J.J. Johnson actually comes back in the second half and scores 5 touchdowns.
Right.
So, obviously, they got the ball rolling right there, and Johnson played very well, as he should, being the leader of that team. And that's what you kind of expect, don't you, Ben, from a possible most valuable player?
That's my guy. That's my guy. I've said it all season since he, even late last season, when he started taking the reins of this offense and really started showing that he's a dynamic player. J.J. Johnson ended up being someone who I really, really respect his play around here in Northwest Indiana. And there are some excellent football players in Northwest Indiana.
There are.
And he's right up there with every one of them. So good for him. And he's got a bright future ahead of him. I'm sure he'll play college ball at some point, either as a quarterback or a wide receiver. He is such a dynamic athlete. He's going to be able to find himself on a roster someplace.
That's right. He certainly will. And, that just bodes well for next week. They play Lafayette Jeff at Crown Point, and that could be a really good one.
It really could be. I actually, I'm going to have to lean towards Crown Point in that game, simply because it's at Crown Point, and Crown Point has played so well this year, and their defense is so stifling. They've been just laying it on thick on these folks.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be a defensive game. Crown Point's not going to give up 42 points or something like that to Lafayette Jeff. So it's going to be a battle of the defense on Crown Point. Jeff made a beautiful comeback against Lake Central. Give Lake Central a ton of credit.
Right.
They just played so well the whole game. Went into overtime against a 9-2 team, the X factor there, Xavier Williams had 3 touchdowns in the first half. They just played so well, but Lafayette Jeff plays in a good conference also.
Right.
And that's going to be a classic matchup.
It's going to be pretty dynamic. And, another one of my favorite football teams in Northwest Indiana unceremoniously had their season ended today. New Prairie takes out Lowell in a pretty lopsided game. Not the right way that you wanted this Lowell Red Devil season to end.
No, it certainly isn't. But as you said early in the show, you would not be surprised, or many of your friends would not be surprised, if New Prairie ran it all the way and won the state championship.
Right.
They have that tough of a team.
They're very good, very dynamic team. They've definitely put themselves in position to be successful. They will probably be favorites next week against Hobart, but we will have to see how that goes forward. It's going to be a tough game for them next week, but, Hobart looked really tough today, responding to when Highland was punching them in the mouth.
Yeah, I know. And, we saw today, I was surprised, but again, we don't cover New Prairie as much, that New Prairie put the ball in the air,
right,
and was able to score that way. They're kind of, I thought always, a running team, and they were able to find some holes in the Lowell defense and put the ball in the air, New Prairie. But, in contrast, Hobart now can put the ball in the air too. You got, not only quarterback Noah Ehrlich, he played so well tonight,
right.
but Cody Johnson, his receiver, stepped up. And then you've got Trey Gibson, who just was outstanding tonight. This is going to be a good battle, and it's at Hobart.
There you go. Another team that impressed me tonight was Maryville. They have shaken off the damage of that Chesterton loss a couple weeks ago, and they look to be sharp as could be, marching in the 5A sectional.
Yeah, and, what can you say about Maryville? I mean, they're talented. Coach Cease has done a tremendous job of getting them ready. They lost to Chesterton 2 weeks ago. They had 2 weeks to look at this, and Coach Cease certainly there was no stopping them. 55 points.
Right.
Maryville played very, very well. And, you've got that North Judson and Culver game next week.
Oh, that'll be a good one.
Yeah. Culver North Judson beat Triton 25-6, and Culver Community now, not Academies, but Culver Community beat South Central 61-0. So this is going to be a good one. Obviously, Culver has played well at the end of the year, and they've put up some points on the board, so Judson needs to be ready for that.
Yeah, absolutely. North Judson has only lost one game by 1 point to LaVille, who
at the end of
the game, last-second loss, playing out of their weight class. Judson has put together just a tremendous season, and this is definitely a dynamic that is excellent for them to potentially move further and further downstate.
And if you look at 2A, you've got Andrean and Bremen. Now, up here, not many people know about Bremen.
Right.
They are a good program. There's no doubt about it. And, they can put points on the board. Andrean's going to have it, and it's on the road for Andrean. They're at Bremen.
Sure.
Okay, so, but they've got experience. They were on the road today for, LaVille.
Right.
Maybe they'll just stay the week in a hotel there. They don't have to come back. But
save some gas in this economy, right?
But that's going to be a good one too. So I think that next week the championships are what they're supposed to be. They'll be very competitive ball games,
and that's what we want. We're looking ahead, having an entertaining radio show for us next week, and probably an entertaining television show as well. And very excited to look forward. But just kind of reflecting here on what went on this week, and it's been a fun week.
Yeah, it really has. A lot of scores coming in quickly, and I think that the show was jumping and trying to stay up with it, and that's what we're here for. to report the scores in the area, so everybody in the area, can be up with what's going on.
Absolutely. So, unfortunately, we're waiting still on some Hobart coaches and players to potentially get on air. But Wayne and I are running out of time here, so this is a little bit of an interesting dynamic. I'll try to stay here as long as I can to make sure that we can get here. And speak of the devil, Gary has Coach Osika right now. And we'll go ahead and take that. Coach Osika, congratulations on a strong victory.
I'm turning you over to Coach Osika right now. Here you.
Gotcha.
Wayne, Ben and Wayne. Hello.
Hey, Coach Osika. This is Ben
Coach,
Kolodziejski.
how you doing? Congratulations.
Congratulations on a good victory.
Thank you.
What was the key to you for your victory this week?
Well, I think that at any point during the week, you're playing to earn another week, and you play for the seniors. And we had a pretty good week of preparation, on our week, but came out a little flat in the first half, and Highland played extremely well. Pete had these kids ready to go, and every week you got a group of seniors that unfortunately is going to hang up their pads, and you try to reinforce that to your team that it's either us or them, and you hopefully that you come out and play a little bit harder and a little bit better and a little bit more mistake-free than the other team, and you were able to find our momentum in the second half and be able to put it away.
Coach, at halftime, when you went into the locker room, was there any one adjustment or something that you tried to make in that second half?
A tackle. We had the tackle.
Yeah.
We were making a lot of one-man tackles. We preached getting 11 guys with the ball, and most of our tackles in the first half were unfortunately just one guy getting to the ball. So quite a few times we were lucky with getting that one guy there to get the ball carrier on the ground. But we just had to go back to the basics. We were trying to get a little too cute in the first half offensively, and got away from some of the stuff that we do really well, and made some adjustments on some of the reads that we needed to make offensively. But bottom line, we just had to play fundamental football, tackle, block, and do your job and execute.
Coach, Gary Graben had mentioned that this Highland team was playing very strong and would not go away, and that it took a lot of heart from your Hobart Brickies team to finally just put them away. What does it say about their resiliency and your ability to counteract that?
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, every time you play Highland, they got a great coaching staff. Pete does a great job, and his coaches do a great job getting their kids prepared. They got a young group of kids that they're going to be tough in the next couple of years here. They got a lot of young guys that are playing, so they're going to be somebody to be reckoned with here in the next couple of years. But you know that Pete's going to have his guys ready, and they're going to come out and play physical. And like I said, there's a group of seniors that from Highland that they did. Unfortunately, it's their last game, but they're going to play their asses off for it not to be their last game. So hats off to them. They gave us all that we could handle tonight, and fortunately, like I said, we figured it out in the second half. We were able to pull away.
All right, Coach, any last words you want to say? Congratulations on a good victory.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks,
Coach.
Coach.
All right, thanks, Coach.
All right. Thanks. Thank you.
All right.
So, it's excellent to hear from Coach Osika there. Congratulations to the Hobart Brickies on an excellent victory. They're going to move on and play New Prairie next week, a team that is going to give them their strongest shot as well. So it should be a good game next week, and I'm looking forward to it.
I sure am, too.
And you know what else I'm looking forward to?
Going on TV.
Going on television in a half hour. So we're going to hand this show off to Steve Schmidt and Andrew Johnson. They're going to take us home on the next for the next half hour, and we're going to take a quick break.
Remember, it is on.
There you go.
It is the scoreboard on at 10:30 tonight. Channel 56 for Comcast and Channel 17 in Dish. You can see us here, Ben and I and Joe Arredondo, right here on the Lakeshore, and you can listen. Okay, also to these guys right here on the radio, 89.1 FM. They will simulcast it. So now let's take it home.
All right. So looking forward to it. We'll see you folks in a half hour. And Andrew Johnson and Steve Schmidt will take you home on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore.
This is Game Night on 89.1 FM, The Lakeshore, listener-supported public radio.